For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Here at Jewellery Maker, we love seeing your jewellery creations, learning about your inspiration and reading your blogs. If you write your own craft or jewellery blog, then we'd love to hear from you. Simply tweet us at jewellery_maker UK with your blog link and we'll be in touch.
Moonstone is actually very rare and Sri Lanka is famous for its top quality. This mine is over 150 years old, and sometimes the miners find not just moonstone but also ancient mining tools.
Hi, I'm Wendy, Jewellery Maker's workshop coordinator, and I'd like to wish Jewellery Maker a happy 6th birthday!
Sorry, I tell you, I'm laughing because the boys are like, are you alright there, El? Whenever you move when you're heavily pregnant, you grunt, don't you? I'm sorry, yeah. I do a lot of grunting noises these days, just getting onto the chair. Yeah, sorry about that. Anyway, oh my goodness, this is just ludicrous. Sterling silver. Sterling silver. Yeah, you've just heard this, Ben, haven't you? Okay, apparently Rob is saying just don't say anything. So do you actually want me not to mention and reference this price? I'm going to have to, aren't I? I have to say it. Gemma.
What is that treble clef?
It's a treble cleft. £1.95.
Pardon?
Oh, yeah, you did hear right. £1. £1.95. There we go. I've said it quickly. Okay, I won't repeat it anymore. I won't repeat it anymore, Rob.
I'm actually disappointed.
Why are you disappointed? You're not disappointed in me, yeah? Because that's the worst thing, isn't it? That I'm not angry, but I am disappointed. I don't know. Are you disappointed?
Yeah, I've tried being shocked. The prices still aren't going up, so now I'm going to be disappointed. Definitely disappointed I'm not going to get it.
Rob is saying to me, I genuinely do not know how we're doing this, but somebody has set it at this price. He probably should have queried it, but he hasn't. I'm actually showing it on the back there because you've got the 95 stamp. That's a lot of sterling silver in a gorgeous charm for £2. It's gone. It's about to sell out. I did say that the deals were only set to continue this hour. I did say, shall we bring you some more sterling silver if you missed out? Oh my goodness, these are amazing. Oh, they're unique connectors as well. These are like little bales. You can use these to sort of encase your gemstone. So if you think about the drill hole at the top of the gemstone, just literally put the two prongs in together so they meet one another. I'll show you on the profile so you can actually see how they work. You are getting 3. And then I'll turn it around to show you the feature. So there we go. That's how they secure themselves into, I'm saying gemstone, it could be anything.
That rose pendant we had at the beginning of the show, for example.
Yes, they'd be perfect for that.
Jasper, yeah. Yeah.
Look at these, solid sterling silver, and you're getting 3. Getting 3 of those, and a beautiful sun on the front there. I'm going to go as far as saying you could probably even stamp onto that. Maybe put your own little hidden message. Could you, Gemma? Do you reckon? You could engrave it?
Yeah, I should think so. You can if you were very skilled, very fine.
Yeah, very, very, very fine engraving.
Yeah, but you could.
Spur, like a cable spur as well.
It does, like a cowboy spur. I like that idea. That's good, Michael. Like that idea. Yeah, totally. You're getting 3 of these as well. 3 of them in total. That's a lot of precious metal for $7.95. I don't see bales like this every single day, and you know they are real quality. You can see the quality in them as well, can't you?
Yeah, they're very substantial, aren't they? In the thickness of them.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Really substantial, but then you can also treat them as earrings if you wanted to, maybe even ear cuffs, which are all the rage at the moment. Maybe if you wanted to, could you remove the actual post at the back and have them this as the part to go over the top of the ear?
Yeah, you could. Yeah, you just snip it off and file it down. You could definitely do that.
Turn it into an ear cuff.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Al. Hey.
I do happen every so often.
Brilliant.
Because I'm surprised. Every so often I do come out with a bit of a creativity.
Okay.
Yeah, but they're gorgeous, aren't they? I like also the little cowboy spurs. Check out those baskets. Hello to every single one of you. Beautiful. Beautiful detailing and unusual to actually see the bale itself. Hello to all of our web bidders. Hello to all of our telephone bidders. Super busy. Again, if you managed to get hold of the DVD, which was launched today with the lovely, with the wonderful fleur, this would be fantastic with your chainmail. Certainly the sterling silver jump rings that we launched only yesterday. Get hold of this because you want to have that consistent amount of the consistent quantity of precious metal and sterling silver. Hello to you, Parveen, Joanne, Diane, Anne, Janet, Abby. Lots of you choosing to multi-buy as well. You have got all 3 of these. Gorgeous, 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 and substantial as well. Really substantial. Okay, shall we do? Oh yeah. My goodness, the amount of colour spectrums. You've almost got the same chromatic shift that you'd find in an amylite, which is very, very rare. These are carved shells, and carved shells in coffee colours, coffee and white, yeah. Oh yeah, you can imagine it, can't you? Sort of the swirls of cream running through a very full-bodied Colombian coffee. Yes. But then you wouldn't actually have that spectrum of colour, would you? Quite like these gorgeous gemstones. Aren't they amazing? Oh, look at this one.
What do you think of festival head jewellery? You know, and
boho chic.
Yeah, just attach them to some hair bobbles, you know, so that you've got them hanging down your ponytail or something. It look great.
I love that idea.
Yeah, look really good like that.
Well, you had feathers earlier on, Gemma.
Yeah.
You know, you could just literally, talking about hair accessories, you could, boho chic style. I've got something which I bought. I'm probably a little bit too old to wear now, but I do anyway. But it's just simply some elastic, sort of decorative elastic, and it's got from that a little bit, a length of cotton and a feather on the bottom of it,
yeah.
Which, you know, you hide in amongst your hair. This would be gorgeous, sort of hidden amongst your hair.
Yeah, that's it. And you can just literally attach it to your hair band, you know, a band, and have tassels of them. They look great.
Yeah, very boho chic. I totally agree. Love that. $5.95. Also exceedingly affordable. Don't you agree? Hello to you, Amanda, Wendy, Christine, Janet, Zoe, Hampshire. You've got yours. Absolutely adore the fact that you've got that fusion of very full-bodied, rich coffee colours and that lovely creamy white with the occasional flash of colour. Absolutely incredible. We've got loads to bring you, so please do. Please, I know I'm going to be working quite quickly. If I move on doesn't mean you haven't been successful. We're going to. Okay. We've got. Okay. Rob's just saying, just listen, stay where you are. Do not abandon those phone calls, everybody. Check out those baskets. We are still talking about this very opportunity. It's the first shell, actually, that we've actually had today, I think it is. Is this the first one we've had?
Yeah.
Other than our abalone in the kit.
Yeah, abalone, that's it, yeah.
Whilst we were just discussing, Rob said, Elle, I took the graphics out because I want to be a little bit of a rogue. Do you? A lovable rogue. This was meant to be in yesterday's show. Okay. The next example was meant to be on yesterday's yesterday's show, but you couldn't play it. Okay, so I've got no idea what you're talking about. I haven't got anything to show you. Okay. Okay.
Oh wow.
Hematite bars. I have got nothing to show you here. We're just literally, this was meant to be in yesterday's show. But Rob's words were, I want to be a little bit rogue.
Oh, he's going.
I think we all love a lovable rogue, don't we?
Of course we do, yeah.
Hey, listen, I don't mind the fact that I haven't got anything to show you, as long as our jewellery makers can you can see how every single one of those bars lays. You know, they kind of taper themselves into what is it, like the décolletage, or maybe into the neckline, or sort of the wrist to hand bracelets. They'd be perfect for that. You're getting the 3 different colours. Where did we get these from? Becky. She's awesome. How could, honestly, they're like
shoes.
Miracle workers. Oh, hang on, like that idea. What?
The
shoes.
front of shoes.
The front of shoes.
Or even the back.
The back of shoes. These were meant to be yesterday's, or one of yesterday's star buys. You're getting 3, and I don't know how. This is the first I've heard. Sorry if I sound a little bit misjointed. It's because I didn't know anything about this. Apparently, Ben saying we did promise that we would retry. Well, here we go. Here we go. 90 carats in the 3 different colours. You are getting all 3. I've got no information about this whatsoever, so very much shooting from the hip. 270 carats. 12 by 4 to 30 by 4 millimeters. You're getting all 3 of these. There's 13 bars in every single one of these as well. Grey, gold and the chocolate. Great sort of Aztec or Egyptian style pieces of jewellery. Beautiful surface luster. $9.95. A maverick move, Rob says. I like the rogue side of you, Rob. Yes. I think we're all sort of attracted back to a little bit of a little roguish, you know, a roguish behaviour from time to time, don't you, Gemma?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Definitely. Definitely. There we go. So, are you taking notes, Rob? You know, if ever you want any guidance, what ladies like, what women like, or what women want, yeah, just come to us. Gemma and I will inform you. $9.95 only. Well done to you, Margaret, Aisha, Lillian, Elizabeth, Cheshire, Stephen, Bev, Mary, Ruth, Lorraine, Anne-Marie. Congratulations to you as well. Can I just say there's a lot. If I hold one of them out as well, you can see that they're very substantial, these actual layout bars or fans. You know earlier on, Gemma, with your fascinators, and you actually replicated, you had kind of bar-like designs, but pointed vertically.
Yeah.
Can you imagine these?
Yeah, they would have been great. I mean, the job done as well, aren't they? Just literally thread them on, and that would have been it.
Sort of recreate like a crown, I suppose, like this.
Yeah, they're gorgeous. I love the fact that there's different colourways. I didn't realise that at first.
And you could mix and match them up together, couldn't you?
Yeah, you could. So you could have all of them together and just.
So you could recreate with gemstones. You could recreate a feather-like design. Could you? I'm just going to put this one out here. Maybe lay a couple of the bars along the spine of certain feathers.
Yes. Yeah.
I wonder.
Could.
I wonder, that's another option. That's working out at £3 per one of these beautiful layout bars. Usually, what are they? About £5.95 for one, usually, would you say? So, superstar buy. They were meant to be apparently in yesterday's show, but for whatever reason, Rob wasn't able to play it. Now, I was informed that literally seconds before this opportunity, that's why I sound a little bit What are you doing? Hey, what are you doing, Rob? I didn't even have the sample here to show you at that point. So, absolutely amazing. Alan and Janice have bought 4. Hello to you, Catherine, buying 2. Jean, hello to you, Sean, hello to you, Catherine, Cheryl, County Durham, Barbara, Anna, Angela, Oregon, nice to be with you. Cheshire, nice to be with you. Pauline, Anglesey. How are we doing on stock levels? We had 153. We are definitely down into the final third of stock, so, and a good probably 40 plus with in their basket. So good luck, Darlene, Safi, Pam, and Surrey, and London, and Maureen, and Isabel, and Nicole in Florida, and Sue, and Moray, and London, and Haley, and Janet, and other. Good luck, good luck, good luck. You do get the 3 different colours. Yeah, I think these are great. You can use them in hair designs, fascinators that we had earlier on, Gemma, with your rings, your wrist to bracelet, wrist to hand, décolletage, earrings, so much.
Everything, yeah, everything.
I like the idea of down the shoe.
I think they'd look really quite nice at the back.
Gemstone shoes. Gemstone shoes. Woo!
Look great.
Okay, moving on to one of the rarest featured gemstones here at Jewellery Maker. Sphen is a gem of colours. It is known to be one of the most dispersive, so expect fire, expect scintillation, expect a performance. It does come in different colours. You can have sort of brownish colours, orangey colours, but this wonderful, intense, zesty lime green is some of our most favourite and most sought after gemologically. Take this gemstone, and I really wish that literally I could walk to the window right now with this strand to show you. I wish I could, because then you're just going to see almost like a firework display within a gemstone strand. I've seen this strand once previously. It's so incredibly astonishing that I'm able to bring it to you at what you're about to see. If you wanted to own Sphen, it's not unusual to pay 3, 4, 5-figure price tags. We actually have had this gemstone in the past here at Jewellery Maker to make a direct comparison with ourselves at 3-figure price tags. However, today, birthday celebrations, it's under £40, $39.95. Every single time, other than this very strand that I have brought this gemstone to customers before, it's always been highly priced, always, because of the rarity, especially in these beautiful, very zesty, limey greens. But then you get from what you wouldn't see in maybe a peridot is the amount of fire that you get within a Sphen. It's because it is so incredibly dispersive. So the first thing you must do when you get this home is take it out to natural daylight. It loves to show off. This I've got Sphen and Mongolian andesite. I put those two together as a sort of fire. That's all they bring amazing colour, natural colour, but also a real performance, like a firework display behind them as well. If you want rarity and a conversation starter and a gemstone that not every single person on this planet is going to own or certainly even know, then Sphen is a wonderful choice for you. If you are a gold wearer or love your yellow gold colours, this gemstone looks amazing next to yellow gold. I mean, Gemma, have you had a chance to work with Sphen yet?
No, never. No, I haven't.
It's fascinating,
gorgeous.
Isn't it?
It is gorgeous, yeah. I don't know what I expected, but I didn't expect that sort of vivid green. It's
unusual, isn't it? Well, Sphen comes in different colours. You can have brown Sphen, you can have orange Sphen, you can have all different colours, but arguably one of the most sought after is this really zesty tone.
It's beautiful.
It is incredible. With the jadeite earlier on, that would be amazing.
Yeah. Pearls, I'd definitely put that with my pearls.
Yeah.
It's like a grown-up peridot, isn't it?
Yeah. It is actually.
Like just a bit more sophisticated
I
somehow.
agree.
More country.
Yeah, I totally agree
gorgeous.
with you because you've got that flash of gold in there, I
Yeah.
suppose. And previously, we've always brought it to you in a triple figure price tag. My experience of this gemstone is always very, very high end. Stay on those phone lines. Okay, not only have we brought you beauty, we want to bring you practicality as well. How about some storage, folks? Who needs to organise their cupboards and their workshops and their gemstone stashes? You put your hand up as well, didn't you, Jem? Yeah, I'm guilty. Mine is looking at absolute shambles at the moment. I need to spend some time sorting out all my gemstones and my findings, etc. This is what I need. We've had so many requests to have these individually rather than in big bundles. And Rob's managed to deliver on it. Now this one is not only one of the biggest, as you can see, it's almost A4 size. Measures, there's 27. Is that right? 27? Oh, sorry, 27.3 by... Oh, 4x3 is the depth. It took me a while for my brain to digest that. There we go. That's the exact measurements on your screens. But similarly, if I actually open them up, and they have actually got those really secure, which you want, by the way, really secure clasps. Now these are, you can separate them as well if you want to make them bigger or smaller. These do actually, there we go, sort of pull out. So if you want to make that compartment bigger, no problem whatsoever. They just slide in like so. You've been requesting that we bring our sort of storage boxes individually for so long. This is quality plastic, and that might sound ridiculous, but, oops, let's put that one back in. That might sound ridiculous, but it is quality plastic, which is meaning that it'll be suitable for most of your jewellery making mediums. Now, perfect for separating your findings, perfect for separating your gemstones or even your seed beads, like we had actually launched at the other day. $5.95 for the big one as well. This is the big storage box, which is. It's going to store a lot of your gemstones. I'm at the moment absolutely guilty of not having everything in order. You know, I would go as far as saying, you know, you could do sizes, you could do different sizes, all your different gemstones, because you'd be really surprised, Gemma, how much that they hold. Yeah, they do hold a lot, don't they?
Yeah, you can get quite a lot in those. It is surprising, especially if you snip the strands, you can get loads in. Yeah.
And it's so much easier to create when you are you know, organised at the end of the day. I know we sound very boring right now. You look, you know, you can see it all there. It's not scattered around, or you're not running the risk of losing gemstones, dare I say, because that happens, doesn't it? How many times have you been sat making something and then, you know, it's rolled off your bead mat, or it's rolled and the dog's got it? That's what happens in my house now. Usually Brutus gets hold of it or something like that, and it's long gone then. Absolutely long gone. Whereas if I've got it organised in these plastic boxes, then obviously I'm less likely to drop anything. Tons in baskets. People multi-buying, and again, I don't blame you. I would too, because they're also the clear. I'm not going to tell you how to use them. You know how to use them, but you can see what's in there, which makes it a lot easier. Okay, moving on to more storage of a different variety. Can I just say, you can hang these. And the last one, by the way, you can hang.
I usually use those as my little handles to pull them out from underneath each other.
Good point. So it's like sort of on your your shelf, and you just go.
I can pull those out.
That's a good idea, Gemma.
Because mine are stacked sort of 6 deep.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I do need something to grab onto.
Okay. These have got 2 of your large, or 1 large, it's up to you, and your multiple small ones. Ben is saying, I'm seeing an owl.
Very blocky owl.
It looks like half a finished Tetris game.
Half a finished Tetris game. Okay. I do worry sometimes. All right, an owl. I know where you're coming from. I do get where you're coming from, Ben. I do get it. I totally do. Oh, look, I've just looked the handy little grips that you get with these as well. Handy little, it's not an owl anymore, is it? What do you see now? Calculator. Okay, anyway. Again, I'm not going to tell you how to use your storage. We all know. It's incredible deals, $4.95. Yeah, you do need your storage. It is essential. Don't do what I've done in the past and actually, in fact, what mine is actually starting to do again now, and actually have your gemstones in bowls.
Yeah, that made me furrow my brow when I heard you say that.
And my gemstones do find their way into kitchen cereal bowls. They do, they do. And unfortunately then, you know when you have a rummage and you want something at the bottom of the bowl, goes everywhere. See? Listen, it's confession time. I need to organise my gemstones and my findings. I do need to.
I can't say anything. I need to as well.
Do yours not find their way into bowls then? Is it just me that does that?
Yeah, I don't put them in bowls.
What do you put them in then?
Tubs like that.
Well,
Oh, okay, at push, takeaway tubs, you know.
Takeaway tubs?
You know, when I've run out of space, or roses tins. Yeah.
Roses tins?
Yeah, I've got the odd roses tin full of...
Could have been heroes or celebrations, of course.
Of course it could, yeah. What
Yeah.
was I thinking?
Great, well done. Stay where you are on those phones. Is it time for the turquoise? Oh my goodness, we've had so many star buys to squeeze in this morning. These are big, beautiful, most definitely, obviously, this gorgeous gemstone, steeped in history, so incredibly sought after. Your star buy is up next. Okay, Rob, remind me, 24 in the world, natural turquoise. Can we just emphasise why natural, particularly with this gemstone, natural examples really has significance? Because you can have reconstituted turquoise firstly, which is basically turquoise. It is the genuine gemstone, but it's ground down and then reformed. So tiny, tiny, tiny sort of powder-like examples. Or you can actually have sort of other gemstones which are pretending to be turquoise, if you like. To have each of these gemstones come out the ground unearthed in their entirety, not be reconstituted, not be dyed in any way, shape or form, and be that perfect colour, hopefully indicates why we've only got 24 of these available. It just simply does not happen very frequently. I mean, how often do we get to bring you turquoise, and I'm going to sort of hold it on the actual diagonal, if you like, so you can see across the entire length and just how many are actually sort of stacked onto this gorgeous strand. How often do we see individual pendants of turquoise of this size? You know? Never really. Never. Oh, Gemma.
You're my favourite turquoise ever.
Say that again, my lovely.
Favourite turquoise ever.
One of your favourite turquoises ever?
Yeah.
Look at what you've created.
That's using the demo from this morning, the first one.
Demonstration that Gemma did this morning, and you've used probably, what do you reckon, 25% of the strand?
Yeah. Oh, that's about 25%.
Spaced it out so you can see the beautiful matrix of these natural examples. How fabulous is this? I mean, they're earrings, they're genuine turquoise earrings, they're packed onto this strand as well, and the sheer size, Absolutely incredible. And we're bringing you 24 in the world, that's it, no more, no less. Already 5 have sold out. The reality, with another 5 in baskets, by the way. The reality is, we regret the things, jewellery makers, that we don't buy more than the things we do. Is that fair to say? How many times have you put yourself in a position, I've done it, certainly, I've done it with gemstones previously before, where you think, I should have done that, I should have got that, I regret not getting that, and the moment's passed. You know, it happened with me with Alexandrite. I didn't buy it when I first saw it, because I couldn't afford it, basically. It was affordable, but I couldn't actually afford it. Do you know, it took me another 8 years to get hold of that gemstone. So don't regret this opportunity. If you love your turquoise and you like big sizes, or if you've aspired to the big sizes, then I don't know if this moment can be repeated. There are 24, well, maybe not at this birthday deal. There were 24, I should say. Should be 54.95. For all of you December babies, this is your birthstone. Already we are approaching 50% of that stock. 12. How many have we got? Anna, Swetha, Yorkshire, Amina, Isabel, Ruby, Janet, plus more of you on the phone lines. 44.95. Gemma Crow, one of our guest designers, just said my favourite turquoise strand that we've had. I agree, Gemma. This is natural colour, not reconstituted.
No, it's. I just love the shape of it.
Yeah.
Love the colour. I love how sort of organic it looks. It's just beautiful.
The shapes, I totally love the shapes as well, because they are they're obviously drops, aren't they? But they really have got such a significant drop, and quite a sort of a wide. I like the fact they're quite plain, but also quite statement. Yeah, absolutely.
They do everything, don't they? They're the design, they're the colour, they're the statement, they're everything all by themselves. Yeah, if I was buying that for myself, in fact I did try and buy this for myself last time it was played, but it disappeared, so I couldn't have it. I would put it with some very simple copper spacer beads in between. I would let it oxidise naturally, and I would just let it
leave it as it is.
Age, you know, it would just get more and more gorgeous.
More and more
age.
beautiful. I totally agree. I'm thinking again, Fleur, who's in the building now. I know that she'd be looking at this, thinking for a fantastic chainmail like design would be amazing. Now, can I just say, how many have gone? 50% of the stock has gone. Yeah. With the entire quantity remaining, at least more or less in baskets, so you will. It's going to be a sellout. Just a matter of who is successful. So good luck to those of you that are on the web. Telephone bidders, please do stay where you are. Hello, Sean in Merthyr Tydfil. Hello, Jackie. Hello to Anna. Hello to Swetha. Hello to West Sussex, Jacqueline, Yorkshire, Violet, Amina, Isabel, Ruth. Well done to you, Janet. I've got Lindsay there, Lynn there, Tanya there, Nuno there as well. Congratulations to you. Just fantastic. Shall I quickly count them for you as well, so we can work out how many you're getting? Because to me, I treat them as pendants as well, solitaires. So it's what? Sorry, 25 pence per carat for turquoise, natural, not even reconstituted turquoise. 25 pence per carat. I mean, you do the comparisons. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, 44, 45. It's £1 each for genuine turquoise of this size. My goodness, that's incredible, isn't it? Look at that matrix. I mean, it's so obviously turquoise as well, isn't it?
Yeah, there's no
denying.
Absolutely none. No, it's gorgeous.
Oh, it's about to sell out though. Massive congratulations to every single one of you. Had to include that. We did talk about it earlier on in the show. I knew it was going to be a sellout. 24 is not nearly enough. If you're number 25 on those phone lines or on the web, then unfortunately you've missed that boat. And I'd hate for you to be told, oh, you know, or to think, should have got it. There's still a few of them. But not many. Okay. Gold pyrite. Ooh.
See, that would be great in between to space them out as well.
Michael. Thanks, Michael.
Like this.
Can I?
Oh,
Say hello. Hey, Michael, everybody. Can I just hold this next to your design, Gemma?
Yeah.
Do you not think this would work perfectly?
Yep, spot on. Just for the bit of twinkle.
Just for that absolute addition of sparkle.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Looks fantastic together, actually.
That's amazing, isn't it? And because these are the perfect size, 2x1 to 4x2, they're not huge, are they? You know, these could be treated in the same way like of seed beads, really, couldn't you?
Yeah.
You could treat these in the same way like seed beads. You can do sort of your standard weaving. You can incorporate them into sort of structure designs like this just to give that paparazzi flash. I mean, again, I'm thinking about, oh gosh, this is like Troy princesses, isn't it? So you can see that gorgeous sparkle. I'm imagining sort of some 1mm gauge wire around sort of the upper arm cuff with a few of these dotted around. Very, very sort of Grecian.
Yeah, it is very Grecian, yeah. Yeah, I can see that, definitely. It's gorgeous
Or
together.
Egyptian.
Wow, it's both.
Both.
It could be either, couldn't it? I think it put some red in there.
Very
Then you've
goddess.
just goddess, yeah.
Let's just stick
stay
with
there.
the goddess, shall we?
Yeah.
$5.95. Genuine gemstones. I mean, these. We're not talking about metals here. We're talking about a genuine gemstone that can bring you that performance, that wonderful paparazzi flash, because it's pyrite with that gorgeous gold coating as well. You know, pyrite is a gorgeously lustrous gemstone. Add that gorgeous amount of colour as well, and it's only going to be a performing gemstone strand. Had to steal that, Gemma. Had to steal your design there for a minute, because you can just add that to your turquoise that you've just seen. In fact, add to any of the kits that we've had this morning.
Yeah.
Or any of the gemstones really that we've had this morning. It's a long strand, can you see? There's 35 centimetres that you're getting here, and it's all about the sparkle. It's all about that gorgeous, gorgeous lustre, and of course, regal beauty. Hello to you, Sue. Hello to you, Anna. Hello to you, Helen. Hello to you, Merseyside. Nicole, Tyne and Ware, Susan and Brian, Rosalind, Eleanor, you're there as well. Very busy. Stay on those phone lines. $5.95. We did say that the deals were going to continue, Rob.
See, that'd be great with a spinel as well. If you had a
it would be amazing with the spinel.
just in the centre, and then just the gold for the rest of it.
It'd be amazing with the pink opal, the jadeite, with
all of it.
The pearls.
The Sphen would be lovely with the Sphen.
The Sphen with rose quartz.
Yeah, I think you could.
Do you know what I want to do with this? I want to turn it into a beautiful mobile.
Rumour has it that your new baby's going to have a lot of mobiles.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh my God, I love that. Really, you know more. Excuse me, look, I got so excited then I choked. I actually got so excited that I choked.
That's not good.
Really, you know more than me then, Gemma.
Yeah.
That's exciting. Oh, she's spoilt already.
Yeah, of course she is.
Bless her. Look at this. It's so perfectly pink. Of course, I'm going to drape it actually over the black background, so then you can actually see, get the smaller one, then it can actually fit. Then you can see the quality of the cut, and also the quality of the colour. Quartz generally can be quite included. Rose quartz, you want it to be sort of that in between. You want it to have that very, very sort of a beautiful semi-translucency, I suppose. A degree of cloudiness, very whimsical, powdery pink. Obviously, you don't want to have any big black inclusions within, and you want that distinction of those rose petal pink colours. Now, there's a 10 centimetre strand, but you can actually see just how many of those are actually jam-packed. Sorry, I've got super excited throughout the course of this morning, Rob. Just can't contain myself. This is going to excite me all the more. £6.95. What were you expecting this to be? I was expecting it to be double figures, most definitely.
Yeah, I probably would have gone around 11.95, 12.
Yeah, and me. I would have said about the same. I'd have gone at least sort of, 11, let's say 12 quid. I'd have certainly thought this was going to be around 12 quid, which would have been super competitive. You know, again, you can refer to all of the different designers, and I'm not going to because I am blatantly making direct comparisons, that use quality like this and charge three-figured price tags. They do. I've purchased them in the past, before Jewellery Maker days. I have actually purchased rose quartz carved, on a simple suede cord, to tie around the neckline for three-figure price tags. I absolutely love it. I still absolutely wear it, and don't get me wrong, I'm not resentful of the fact that I paid that hugely considered price tags, because that's the norm. It's this here at Jewellery Maker, which is a break from that. Hello to you, Oksana, Janet, Suzanne, Amanda, Maureen, Jenny, you've done it, Karen, Anna, hello, Scottish Borders, hello to you, Diane, London, Ruby, Rosalind, Jeanette, Susan and Brian, Violet. So busy today. This with the pearls. This with the pearls would be amazing.
Yeah, that's pretty. It's that ballet pump.
Oh, it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Little ballo. Could these be little, we were talking about angels and fairies. These could be little angels and fairies.
They could, yeah. I think that Jan's technique the other day, using that sort of that shape and drill hole, would work on there. So if you can get that, I'm not sure what day that was, Al.
It was with me, Monday.
Was it Monday?
I think it was Monday.
It was a stamping show.
Yeah.
She done stamping
Monday.
of a little angel. Great little technique.
Love that idea. So you could have little pink angels or little pink fairies, little cherubs. Or you could have... What colour are cherubs? They normally wear gold, don't they? Kind of a lemony, yellowy, pearlescent-y gold. They do though, don't they? Little chubby cherubs with their little bows and arrows. Bless you, Michael. Here we go. So these could be perfect little cherubs.
Mm. And angels again. They
And angels.
Yeah.
Aren't they a lovely colour?
They are a lovely colour. It's a real vintage buttery gold, isn't it? It's just lovely.
Soft, it's a real soft, it's like yellow roses. They're so pretty, aren't they? And we don't see very many yellow gemstones at the moment. If you think about yellow gemstones, so I suppose the obvious that comes to the forefront would be citrine, really. I actually think there's a bit of a drought of that gemstone currently, because it seems to be now impossible to get hold of. These are shell pearls, which are basically shell ground down into a very, very fine powder, and then it's formed, I suppose, into these whatever shape that you actually desire. It might be rounds, might be ovals, might be sort of elongated rice shapes, or teardrops just like this. So stunning shell pearls, 13 by 10 millimetres, and a very lovely, beautiful, delicate pastel, £4.95. It also means that right now, I mean, cultured pearls are obviously probably, they are the most desired because they are genuine pearls, obviously, but if you're not able to afford cultured pearls, I mean, here at Jewellery Maker we can bring them at very affordable prices, but if you want something which is super affordable, then shell pearls are a great alternative to that, because they do actually bring you a very, ultimately what we aspire a pearl to look like, if you like. I mean, these have got a really unusual shape, which is absolutely fantastic, perfect for actually suspending. They'll go amazing with your pink opal, or your jadeite, those sort of pastel hues.
Yeah,
£4.95 only.
That's a brilliant price. It's consistency as well. When you're doing commission work, particularly bridal commission work, you want everything to be consistent.
Yeah.
And you can't necessarily get that with a shaped pearl.
No.
If you spend a lot of money, you can get the nice round pearls, all quite consistent, but not a shaped pearl or real pearl. So that's where they really do come in to their own, But they're gorgeous in their own right, without any comparison to pearl. They're just lovely in their own right as well.
I agree, and you know, sometimes it's about, if you have got a business and people come and request certain things, it's about being able to offer that as well at different budgets and different affordabilities, you know. Not everybody has got the same budget and affordability. I'm the first one to admit that sometimes you've got to watch the purse strings, haven't you? So this has been able to offer the look of pearls and the beauty of pearls at a fraction of the cost. Now, do you mean these gorgeous rainbow mystic coated quartz? Oh my. These are stunning. You know, we were saying about the rose quartz here. Oops. Team them with this strand for your perfect little fairies.
Oh, they're like little bubbles, aren't they?
They are little bubbles. Well, they're not, but they do. Yeah, they do, don't they?
Gorgeous.
You've got that amazing, amazing performance of colour from the actual rainbow coating. Can I just say, rainbow coat it's almost exactly the same as mystic coating, really. It gives you a kaleidoscope effect. So there's not really a colour which you can't see. In fact, from the angle I'm looking at right now, and you'll see different colours from different angles and different lighting conditions. I can see really electric blue, yellows, pinks, purples, just incredible tones in a 6mm round. They're gorgeous, aren't they? If I just lay it across a sort of black display, notice how it absorbs. It looks totally different. See, they're very purple now, aren't they?
Yeah.
But then if I hold them up to my neckline, you'll see something completely different again. These are amazing. That's what I would do, just literally restrand it.
Very nice.
Or maybe make my little fairies.
Mm. They look nice in chainmail, in a caged bead.
Oh, I bet.
You know, the caged bead techniques, like a box weave, you cage. They look great because they just peek out with all that sparkle. It's like their hidden treasure. And that they look great in that way.
They've got a really lovely silvery sheen, haven't they, to them?
Yeah.
A really lovely sort of performance across the exterior, and obviously clarity with the quartz itself. 80 carats in total. When did that price come in? $4.95. Rob's just stuck that one in on our screens.
He's hoping we won't
I've got 10 minutes to bring you 3 products. If I move on, stay where you are on those phone lines. Do stay where you are. And we want to show off what Gemma's created with all of her gorgeous challenges too. Do you want to have that one back, my lovely? You can. Okay, somewhat, sorry. Knitted wire. It's got to be the green. I love green. It's one of my favourite colours. It might actually be my favourite colour, actually. I actually think you're getting 2 components in one here, because you've got almost like a Viking knit and the ball chain, which is in the centre. You can separate them if you wanted to. It's up to you. Get a metre long length, and this is the emerald colour, and it's got a silver ball chain running through the centre of it as well. The actual coloured wire on the exterior is it's almost exactly like a very fine Viking knit. I truly think it would be almost impossible to commission something like this yourself.
I wouldn't even attempt it.
If you wouldn't attempt it, no. Gemma, then very few people would.
No, I wouldn't. Laura Binding might, but not me.
And to be honest, I don't know if you'd be able to even purchase the components, the ball chain and the actual sort of emerald knitted wire. I don't think you could even buy that for what we're about to take it to. $4.95 for a metre long length. Again, I'm going back to your fascinators and your hats and your accessories, Gemma, and your upcycling.
Today's kits with all the greens and everything in, that would work perfectly. Where I wrapped and scrolled the wires in that first design, that would be great. Just
this would be amazing alongside, wouldn't it?
Or just as be great to hold my.
Oh,
pendant.
To hold your malachite that you robbed earlier on.
I didn't rob. Honestly, I didn't rob anything. It was all given to me freely.
It was actually. I know it was. I know it was.
Didn't do any diva stamping.
Yeah, it would be amazing against your malachite. So if you got hold of that, hello to you, Amanda. Hello to you, Yasudra in Cambridgeshire. Anna, Jackie, nice to be with you. London, you're there as well. 1 metre long length, absolutely gorgeous. I've seen this actually just embellished along sort of an edging of a clutch bag. Looks incredible. Now moving on, because I love this, but I also adore the amethyst purple, which work incredibly with one another. As you can see, it's 1 metre long length. So there's a lot here. This is brand new. It's never been on your screens before.
Oh, that's a nice one. No, I've not seen that.
I'm thinking this with your malachite.
Yeah, yeah, very Wimbledon.
Oh, it is very Wimbledon.
Yes. Yeah.
When is Wimbledon?
June.
June.
June 20.
See, that's when it's definitely summer here in the UK, isn't it? When you've got Wimbledon on in the background. On Henman Hill and all that. What hill is it called now at the moment? Murray Mount. Mound. Absolutely, yes. Anyway, very quintessentially British here, isn't it? 1 metre of your purple colour knitted wire here, £4.95, brand new, never been on your screens previously. Again, it's reserved for today's birthday deals. This would be incredible, not just in your jewellery, but your textiles, in your fashion, in your interior design. Dare I even say you could use 1 metre long length like this as curtain ties or swags. That would be amazing. Yeah. We've been talking about upcycling. Gemma, you could use this to upcycle shoes.
Definitely, yeah. It'd be great. It's great as piping or edging.
Yeah. Frames.
Frames. Yeah,
could you wire right with this? Maybe if you actually inserted some wire.
You could shape. Yeah, you definitely could do that. It would be like a neon. You know, that sort of quite stylised.
That would be cool.
Yeah, you could do that.
That would be cool. So you could maybe take the chain out.
You can definitely use it separately. Yeah, you can.
And actually do your own wire writing with it, maybe. What else would you embellish this with? Because I know that you're great at upcycling, Gemma.
Yeah, what else could I do? Edges of cushions, perhaps.
Cushions. What was that, Ben? What did you say? Hem of a sleeve. Now that's a good idea. You know, sometimes you need something to be weighted.
Yeah.
You need that a little bit of weight. Maybe it rides up or it never actually irons straight. Then that's a good idea. This could actually weight it down ever so slightly. Okay, one auction to go of today's show, or with myself anyway. And then you've got, who's up next? Becky and Fleur. Black tourmaline. This is really cool. I don't see black tourmaline every day. I really, really don't. This is the most complex of all gemstones. You know, literally, if you were a psychiatrist and you were a psychiatrist of gemstones, you wouldn't get tourmaline. You literally wouldn't. You know, they've got one of those complex personalities, shall we say, complex makeup, totally and utterly natural. It comes in a multiple of colours. A multiple of colours, you can have green, blacks, reds, yellows, oranges, pinks, all different tones. You've got 130 carats of your black tourmaline. Again, this with your jadeite would be amazing. This with your pink opal would be amazing. Your pearls as a great alternative and an unusual alternative to your black gemstones. You know, we had Spanel earlier on. If you missed out on that and it did sell out, then get involved now as soon as you can. What about recreating Fleur's chandelier with a DVD launch that's happened today? That would be amazing, wouldn't it?
That would be amazing, yeah.
But you'd actually think, oh no, it's tourmaline, it's going to be too expensive though, isn't it?
Do you know what? I've only ever seen black tourmaline in tourmalated quartz. I've never actually seen it on its own.
You don't get it very often, that's why. No, it tends to be, the darker colour tourmaline tends to be more of almost like a forest green. Yeah. I've got to move on. But do stay where you are on those phone lines, because I want to show off all of Gemma's amazing designs that you've been busying yourself with. She's tidying up over there, bless her.
I am trying to.
Trying to tidy up, bless you.
Trying to hide the evidence
let's
of all
take
the
a little
goodies.
or a waddle.
Waddle.
That's more apt, isn't it, at the moment? One of my friends drove past me the other day. I was walking down the street. There, I was like, "Nice waddle."
Oh. That's right. Got a good excuse for waddling.
Yeah, I say friend.
Some of us haven't.
Ex-friend. No, not really. Ex-friend. You've been busy. I mean, what a treat today has been.
I know, it really has been a treat. And it's been so distracting trying to work on pieces whilst you've had all that lovely...
I know. Well, just think about it this way. Your bank balance will be breathing a sigh of relief.
It will. It will.
Well, I say that. We've still got a few minutes to go and see what's left in stock.
A few things.
I love this combination, Gemma.
Yeah.
The pink opal and the jadeite.
I like that together. It's very flower fairy, isn't it? It's like the watercolour flower fairies. Pretty.
I'd most definitely wear that. Every single piece that you've created. This is again your Labradorite, your Sphenel and your jadeite.
Yeah. I think it works together. It all works together so well.
You've really, well, you've had the chance to work with some of the superstars of today's show, don't you think? Yeah, look at the malachite, which you had literally first thing this morning.
Yeah, I wanted to really frame that.
Oh, now if anybody is thinking, I want the malachite, I think we're just going to check, see if that's actually sold out. We were talking about how substantial and how visual those patterns are. We've got a couple of them left. 19.95 and you've got 250 carats. In my example, there was 4 in a pack.
Yeah.
You might get 3, you might get 6, you might get 5, whatever. Get it as soon as you possibly can. And the chain comes from the first kit, was it, that we had?
Yeah, one of the chain bundles in the first
kit. Which love
kit.
that. And then you used these gorgeous natural turquoise.
Yes.
And replicated the design that you sort of demonstrated in the first kit?
Yeah, and just stitched on the wheat chain.
Love it. Gemma, my darling, you're always amazing.
Thank you, Al.
She is always amazing. When are you back next?
Tuesday.
Tuesday?
Yes, Tuesday.
Is that the morning show?
No, it's the mid.
The mid show.
Mid show Tuesday.
So make sure you do tune in. Don't forget the launch of our wonderful Fleurs DVD. It's been incredible. Fleurs coming up next to show off her incredible designs. We launched them earlier on and already hundreds have sold out. So well done to those of you that managed to get hold of that. I'll be back with you then on Saturday and Sunday. You've got more competitions coming your way. Once again, thank you so much, my darling. She's absolutely wonderful, as are you guys. Enjoy the rest of your day, won't you? And I'll see you on Saturday, and you'll be with us on Tuesday.
Happy birthday, Jewellery Maker!
When you place your first order with Jewellery Maker, we'll send you a free DVD and booklet to help you get started. The booklet is jam-packed full of information on gemstones, tools, threading, materials and findings. There are step-by-step instructions on how to make bracelets, earrings and necklaces, and the DVD includes easy-to-follow video tutorials. So what are you waiting for? Start your jewellery making journey today. Tanzanite is truly spectacular. This precious gemstone is only found in one location in the world, Tanzania, Africa. Claimed to be 1,000 times rarer than diamonds, Tanzanite is the blue variety of zoisite. Tanzanite is extremely popular due to its trichroic nature, which means that 3 different colours can be seen when looking at the gem from different angles. In Tanzanite's case, these colours are blue, pinkish violet and yellow.
Happy birthday, Jewellery Maker! Now, we've got our biggest ever week planned, so don't miss out. Stay tuned.
Pearls are classic. I mean, who doesn't love pearls? You look at them, they look elegant, they look classy, and they make elegant, classy jewellery when you're creating with them. I think right from the whitest of white pearl to the peach pearl, they're always stunning, and anybody can wear them. They're one of my favourites. You see them, don't you, in expensive jewellers, covered in diamonds. Diamond and pearls are the classic duo, and that's why I love pearls. Pearls are always a huge seller on Jewellery Maker, and I think it's because there's a huge amount of emotional attachment to them. I think whatever walk of life you come from, whatever your age, you always associate pearls with maybe someone who's worn pearls before you, maybe your grandma, maybe your mum. So there's always that emotional attachment to pearls, and they can be classic, they can be contemporary, they can really be whatever you want them to be, and definitely one of my favourite gemstones.
Get interactive with Jewellery Maker by liking our Facebook page and join over 55,000 like-minded people. There are 4 easy ways to stay in touch with Jewellery Maker. You can like our Facebook page and join a community of over 54,000 people. You can follow us on Twitter and tweet us your messages and opinions, send photos of your designs and enter our Wall of Fame competition. Or if you need any help or advice, you can email our friendly help team. Make sure to get involved and stay up to date with Jewellery Maker.
Happy birthday, Jewellery Makers! I'm producer Rob and I cannot wait to bring you some spectacular deals across our birthday week.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this wonderful post-birthday day upcycling. It's lovely to be with you all, it really, really is. My name is Rebecca Redican. You can call me Becky though, and today I am joined by a great guest designer for our, well, what do you call the day after a birthday? Boxing birthday, maybe? No? No? Day for buffet and leftover cakes, methinks. Today I am joined by the guest designer who has created a fantastic chainmail projects DVD, which I'm going to bring to you as soon as possible. And her name says it all, really. She's an absolute flower who loves battling with making jewellery. It's the wonderful Fleur Hastings.
You're right.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Did you get that? Battle of Hastings.
Battle of Hastings.
Did you get that?
Yeah, I do. I like that.
Have you ever
actually
heard that before?
No.
No? Oh.
No. Phil was going to do a Battle of Hastings hour where everything was going to be £10.66, but I don't think he's allowed to do it.
No, I don't think you're allowed to. No. It's really lovely to be with you again today. Totally different day today.
Yeah.
What we're seeing, what we're doing, what we're making.
So we're upcycling a handbag with chainmail to start with, and then in the second kit we're going to be upcycling maybe some clothes that you've got, or some memory items, or some memory clothes. So if you've got a top that you don't wear anymore but you want to make a piece of jewellery out of it, we're going to use some resin.
We are going to be upcycling a storm. Upcycling is a really big thing at the moment. It's a thing that means you can essentially have something that maybe you don't use that much because it's not as fashionable as it used to be, or maybe something that you used to love at the time and don't so much anymore because it's maybe not suiting your lifestyle. And upcycling is all about changing that piece that maybe you would have thrown away and being able to get new life out of it. So that's exactly what we're going to be looking at today, ladies and gentlemen. So if you're a bit thrifty, like myself, then this is definitely going to be a show for you. I have got lots and lots of treats for you, including a competition, so do keep your eyes peeled for the competition, and we'll talk about it now, shall we? You today are going to have the chance to win, for the first kit, the bag that Fleur has created with loads of chainmail. And all you have to do, essentially, is keep your eyes peeled for the balloons. We'll give you an example of what the balloons will look like, because it's not the balloons behind me. It's the balloons that look a bit like the cartoon picture that is on your screen now. All you have to do is count the balloons you see in the first hour of the show, and then we will get you to text in just before the break. 60777 will be your text number, but don't text until we say, and don't forget your customer number when you do want to text. So the balloons you're looking out for are the ones that you've seen on screen, and they may well just jump up out at you. So do keep your eyes peeled for those, and you have the chance to win that beautiful bag that we have for you today. Let's get going, shall we? Let's get going on this really thrifty Thursday. I'm going to start off today, sorry, love alliteration. Going to start off with a really, really quick but extremely, extremely high-end luxury strand, and this truly is a luxury strand. Aquamarine, we know already, is a very luxury gemstone, one of the most expensive per carat in its family, which is the beryl family. The quality aspects of this that you're looking for are the likes of clarity, depth of hue, and also the workmanship on this. And I have to say, this has it all, possibly one of the cleanest strands I've seen in a very long time. How extravagant is this strand? You can see the workmanship on it is absolutely epic. I'm looking at this and I've got to say it does to me look better in real life, because the way the facets are working on this, you don't just get the inner glow, you get glow just around the corners of this, and that's due to the craftsmanship and the workmanship and the way that this is faceted. Each facet looking identical along the main side of this, along the main drum section, but then as you go down to the sides, as you go through to the edges of these, you get something really delicate. Just look, that's much more what it looks like to me in real life. Just feast your eyes on this highly prized strand, and this is an absolute luxury strand. Can you see any black spots in there? No. Can you see any big cracks running all the way through there? No. Can you see any areas that almost look like lots and lots of silk in there, lots of like silky lines? No, that is because it is absolutely and completely eye clean. I'm going to ask my director, Ben. Hi, Director Ben. Hi. Where are you? Where are you? We can't see you. Hi, there he is. And there's Toby, producer Toby. Biggest beard in the business. Ben, can I ask you, what magnification is that camera under that's doing the revolving? It's approximately around about 37 times magnification. So that's way more than you'd get within a loop. So that means it's way more than you would see with the naked human eye. So it is astonishing quality. You have got the opportunity to get it today. You ready for this? 50 carats worth. I'm about to knock your socks off. Should be £40. And it absolutely deserves that price. Look at the clarity, look at that depth of colour. Naturally, £19.95. That is a £20 price drop. That, ladies and gentlemen, is half price. Better than half price, in fact, I'm being told. Better than half price, is it? Better than half price, I'm being told. That is absolutely phenomenal. Should have been £40 essentially. Today, £19.95. Look at the glow on this. Look at that internal brilliance and beauty. The quality of this is absolutely epic. If you've got any gold, if you've got any sterling silver in your collection, this absolutely demands it. And I'm about to tell you something. Post birthday, lowest ever price point. Never has it been this price before. This essentially is what myself and Fleur at staff cost would be paying for this, and oh well, better. £19.95 for you today. That is exceptional. £20 back in your pocket. But £20 is always great back in your pocket. I always love getting £20 back in my pocket. But for this quality, £20 is absolutely astonishing. It really, really is. Come on in and get your hands on this whilst you can. People treating themselves to it already. What a gorgeous sunshine strand that if you wear this out in the sun, you are going to get this wonderful glow all over the skin. It's going to look absolutely exceptional. Get your hands on it whilst you can. Good work to you all. And you know what? I'm just thinking as well, with this chainmail project, you know the chandelier that's in this? We're going to do this DVD for you now. Imagine Aquamarine drop down from these, and how that would glow. Wouldn't that look epic? Well done to all of you treating yourself to that Aquamarine, an absolute great deal. And don't forget, any of our price drops that you see, they do go back up at 8 o'clock, so check it out in your basket before that time comes, or else you will have to pay £40. Have to say £40 still a great price, but better at 20, isn't it? This, ladies and gentlemen, is the launching chainmail projects, brand new to us today, and it is with the wonderful Fleur Hastings, who just happens to be sat beside me. Tell us about this chainmail projects, please. What does chainmail projects mean, first off?
So I wanted to do a DVD that had like more larger pieces that we could do chainmail with really large pieces of almost like furniture and you know, not furniture, fittings and things like that, you know, things that you could adorn your house with. And because it was upcycling and it was going to be launched on the Upcycling Day, I wanted it to be something that you could upcycle, something that maybe you'd found around the house, or something, again, like we said before, that you need another life for. So I chose the bottle because that was a bottle that I got given by a friend for my birthday.
Yeah.
And it was a really nice bottle of champagne, and I wanted to keep it and make it into something. So I thought, well, that'd be really nice. So people that have had 21sts and, you know, wedding anniversaries, and you have that nice bottle of bubbly or whatever, you know, you can keep that bottle and keep that memory, because I think that's what upcycling is all about. It's having a piece that you no longer wear or have a use for, but you can give it another life.
Absolutely.
And then with the chandelier, I've always seen these lovely chandeliers around, and I've always wanted one. I thought it'd be really lovely in genuine gemstones, but I could never afford one in genuine gemstones, you know, never. And I had a look around, I thought I could do one in chainmail, and the base of that cost £9. So it had all the plastic, like faux gemstones,
faux
plastic
gems,
one there, but it was £9 from one of those shops where everything's rather cheap.
Yeah.
So yeah, for £9 for the base.
£9 for the base. The jump rings, by the way, I have got one of the most exciting kits I've had in a really long time coming up. I mean, you're going to be blown away. And the pieces in the kit, you'll be able to make this.
Yeah.
And I know the price of that kit.
Yeah, so you can use, I've used some 9mm jump rings, but only a few. I've used 20 on the top, but again, you could use 7mm ones that are in the kit. That's no problem. But yeah, you could create that, and it doesn't take that many jump rings to create that, and it's taken 2 strands of the 6mm rounds and a couple of strands of the chips and nuggets. I've done mine in clear quartz. You could do yours in whatever colour
you want.
But the thing about this DVD is you can create these 2 pieces, or you've got necklaces, bracelets. So you've got the actual weaves themselves, which is what was really important for me, that you could make them into earrings. You could make pendants, like the Byzantine snowflake that's in the on the bottle makes a beautiful pendant and bracelet. So they're not just this that you can use the techniques and the weaves to make your jewellery.
Because if you look at the techniques, you've got Byzantine snowflake, you've got Byzantine triangle, connectors, European 6-in-1, cross weave, sweet pea weave, and all the assembling pieces, which of course, assembling it, understandable for these, but actually just how you can then attach those into your jewellery. So it's not just about these as projects, it's about being able to learn these techniques and being able to create these pieces.
And sorry.
Go on, carry on.
I was just going to say the assembly of the chandelier uses French wire and silk. So we show how to use a French wire as well. So if you've got lots of French wire in your stash and you don't know how to make your, the ends of it for your clasps, that's how I've created the drape on the chips and nuggets.
Chips and nuggets. And I have the opportunity for you to get your hands on loads and loads of jump rings. Enough jump rings to creat this?
Near enough, yeah.
Because we've got 1,000 jump rings in this kit.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could definitely do that, because we've used the 6mm and 7mm, which we've got the most of in this kit. Sorry, 5 and 6. And then you can use a 7mm to assemble it all.
And we do have more jump rings coming up for you today. So essentially, buy the DVD, buy the kit, any gemstones you've already got in your stash, or gemstones that you see on today, you're going to get a delivery in a few days' time with jump rings, with the DVD, with your gemstones, and you can actually sit there and make it then, as opposed to watching the DVD and going, oh, I've not got enough of those jump rings. Oh, I've run out, I thought I had more, and then having to wait another, 3, 4, 5 days to get your order through. So treat yourself to it today. A really stunning projects DVD for you. Brand new to us today. Get it whilst you can. Nice work, everyone. Okay. I'm going to do the gemstone part of this kit, and then I'm going to get into the jump rings. The gemstones themselves are beautiful. How are they to work with?
They're lovely to work with, and they match the bag so beautifully, and they match the jump rings. I haven't used one of the strands at all, and the thread, so that's like an added bonus that I've created the bag and I've still not used one of the full strand.
Yeah. So it really is going to go on and on and on. First things first, let's get started with what we're getting here. You've got 4 strands, and you've also got your beading thread. I I say it's your beading thread. It is technically, but it's actually your stainless steel beading thread, and it's the 0.3. So a really nice fine piece that we're working with, which means that if you're going to be using these in your gemstones, it's going to go through absolutely loads of them. Even the likes of, now where to start? Even the likes of your black spinel. Black spinel, always considered a very high-end gemstone, used alongside diamonds for years and years and years. Always talk about how it's got a diamond-like luster, don't we? Why do we always talk about that? Because it's not a diamond. It's because of the amount of light it gives back to your eye is a higher amount than you might expect from a natural black diamond. Because natural black diamonds, obviously if you're cutting a diamond, you're cutting a diamond with another diamond. You work with diamond dust on a lathe essentially as a gem cutter. So what often happens is diamond against diamond, you still get a really rough surface. You get a lot of blemishes. But on this, because it's a slightly softer gemstone, still quite high up there on the Mohs scale, mind, it's a slightly softer gemstone, so you get a better finish, a better luster than you might on a natural black diamond. You've got a lovely graduation on this, making it extremely workable. You've got a 5x3 to approximately a 9x4 on this strand. Then I'm going to be bringing to you your pyrite. I've got a stunning strand of pyrite coming up for you in a bit. That'll work really well with this. This, again, natural strand of your pyrite, sometimes referred to as your fool's gold. A really lovely submetallic luster to this, which can really add a depth to your pieces. It's got a gorgeous weight to it as well, which of course means luxury. We often talk about selling your jewellery. We often talk about if you're making with something like polymer clay, how you might add something to the polymer clay within there, encapsulated within there, whether it be a cog or whatever, to weigh it down, because people like the feel of weight. People like that feeling of luxury weight, and that's exactly what a strand like this will do. And then bringing to you 2 strands of genuine freshwater pearls, not plastic, not synthetic, not glass. And the great thing about these is they're so different in their look and their appeal, but also they're both natural, ladies and gentlemen, absolutely real deal natural pearls. They're not bleached, they're not dyed, they're not coated, they're not heated, absolutely and completely natural. Now, natural pearls do not happen on the market very often at all, I can tell you that for a bag of chips, because the fact of the matter is, when you get your pearls, they have to go through a lot of rigorous kind of movement. Approximately 50% of all of the pearls that we culture, around about 50% of those won't form properly, won't be able to be used. After that, around about 25% of that 50% will then be lost because they'll be too blemished and they won't be workable. Then about 20% of those ones will be treated in some way, and then around about 5% of those will actually get made into jewellery, be actually made into a strand naturally. So you've got top 5% here essentially of your pearls in that white. Not only do you have the nucleated beautiful nuggets, but you've also got the genuine the ovals. You've also got the cashew in there as well, so a really lovely look on those. Treat yourself to all of this kit whilst you can. Just remember, natural pearls here for me. Your price point today, jump for joy gemstones. Should be. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Ignore that, it'll go away. £30.75 is your should be price. Bearing in mind that's not the RRP on this, some of it has been reduced recently. £19.95 for you on these ones today. Imagine that's just the gemstones, just think of it as the gemstones. You'd be looking at £5 per strand, and that would be getting your beading thread for free. The amount you can make with this, a whole necklace with the likes of your pearls, they are necklace length. I think that is a sensational deal, don't you?
It is. It's a really elegant kit. Really elegant. I think all the gemstones work so beautifully together, and those 2 strands of pearls being that natural pearl, it's just amazing to get, to be able to have those in your stash or in your possession for that price.
Yeah.
I paid that just for the pearls.
Yes.
And more you know, and then if you look at it like that, you've got 3 things for free.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because a £9.95 strand of Keshi pearls actually would be an amazing price. Keshi pearls, don't forget, are non-nucleated, and that means that it's pure nacre, it's the pure expensive bit. So average price we're finding at the moment for Keshi pearls around about the £12.95 mark. So actually to get them for £5 is astonishing as part of this kit. Well done to all of you checking out those baskets as soon as you have the opportunity. If you've never made an order with us before, free phone number, even off your mobile phones, 0800 644 655, press option 1 and you'll get through to the call centre. Don't forget, you get a free DVD and booklet on your first order as well. Now, everybody exercise, if you're going to be, everyone do their exercises. Because we're about to pick up the phone and we're about to call as quick as a whippet, because I know for all of you jewellery makers who use clasps, anyone who loves working with a chainmail or loves the look of those very high-end charm bracelets on the stretchy, then this is going to be for you and you are going to be over the moon of this. First things first, let's chat about the jump rings, shall we? I have got a big amount in here for you. Starting off with the silver plated, and these are silver plated, not silver flash, they're not silver coloured, it's not emulsion, it's genuine silver over the top of these, okay? Copper at the core. So, starting off with your different sizes. First things first, I am starting with the 6mm here in those silver jump rings, 200 of those ones in total. And then bringing to you the slightly larger. These are your 7mm. Again, 200 of these ones in total. I'm going down a nook or two with 5mm. Really nice and delicate ones. Don't forget, a lot of these, well, they will be the ones that you need to create that chandelier with the DVD. So those are your 5mm, 200 of those. And then I'm going to be bringing to you the rose gold plated. Rose gold plated, genuine rose gold over the top of these, 9 carat. You're looking at here the 6mm, so the largest size, and then you've also got 200 again of the 5mm, the slightly more delicate. Now, I did my research on these the other day, last night, when I was finishing work, and I went on a well-known crafting store website, really big one, you know the one I mean, don't you? And I had a look on there to try and find out how our price point today matched up. I found the 7mm jump rings and I found the 6mm jump rings in the silver plating for £3.50 per pack. So, not a bad price actually. Then I was looking for the rose gold ones, and I looked and looked and looked. Nowhere to be found. Even the gold selection was really minuscule. Anyway, I thought, let's play it nice, let's be good, and let's pretend that if they did have them, those two would be £3.50. I mean, they wouldn't, because you would be paying more for rose gold for all the other research I've done, but let's play nicely and pretend that is the case. I did my math on that, meaning all of this would have come to £17.50. I then had a little look if they had my favourite tool of all time. I love this tool so much, it makes me want to jump around. This, ladies and gentlemen, is your jump ring opener. This is a tool we haven't seen in absolutely ages. I remember bringing this to you for one of the first times and just being overawed by how much of a time saver it is and how much you lot loved it. What is it? Well, essentially, you pop it on your finger, whatever finger you want, and imagine that these are pliers, obviously they're not. Imagine these are pliers. You hold them in your pliers, you add these to the nook, you give it a little twist, and your jump ring will be open. It essentially saves you all that time and effort of, I'm not that great with 2 sets of pliers because I'm very much dominant left-handed. It saves you all the time and effort of picking one up, picking up your other pair, opening them, dropping them down, and then picking up another and twisting and having to put the other pliers down. So you're saving so much time, effort and energy on this. And also, if maybe you've got dexterity issues with your hands, using 2 pliers to twist in opposite direction can be quite painful. This is going to save you all of that issue. And you'll be able to see here, you've got the different size holes, okay, for your different thicknesses of jump rings. So you can use this time and time and time again, and it saves you so much time. It really does. I had a little look for this online and found it again, and it was, how much was it? And the ring itself was £2.50. What a bargain, love that. Added up the price of it all together then, and it meant that all of this would come to £20.45, with added postage and packaging on top of that of £3.50. So essentially you're paying £25 for this collection. That's a great price. Bearing in mind you wouldn't actually be able to buy them because they didn't do the rose gold. But you're sticking with me on this, aren't you? So should have been £25 if I was to shop somewhere else that's considered quite a cheap crafting stall in general. Your price point today with us here at Jewellery Maker is rolling down dramatically. Get ready for this. This is absolutely astonishing. All the jump rings you need here to create so many different makes. This is 1,000 jump rings with the jump ring tool, the jump ring opener at £14.95 for you today. That is an absolute bargain of a saving, isn't it?
It's a huge saving. I don't think I could have bought half the jump rings for that. And like from your research as well, whether they be silver plated or silver coloured, you know, you don't know the quality of them.
Yeah.
I know, I can put my hand on my heart and say these are the best quality jump rings I have ever worked with.
Yeah.
So that is a huge bonus. To get them cheaper than anywhere else and to get rose
to get
gold.
the quality.
Yeah, and the rose gold plating. Because rose gold plating, you don't see it anywhere else. You get different colours of rose gold colours,
yeah,
but they're slightly different. This is pure rose gold plating and it matches our findings absolutely perfectly.
It really, really, really does, doesn't it? I'm just blown away by that price point, and so are you. I have got about 80 if you already checked out. I've got so many in baskets, it won't even let me link it. Excuse me. Telephone bidders, don't worry, we will be with you ASAP. That is a slight wait, but it is a free number, and let's face it, the hold music is absolutely captivating, so you'll be completely fine. Just stay where you are, wait with us. 1,000 jump rings at £14.95. It's enough to make you want to pop. Wrong way. Do treat yourself to this whilst you can. That price is genuinely exceptional. And just remind us again, Fleur, please, for this DVD, which I brought to you, the Chainmail Project, new with us today, which ones did we use in this?
So we
which
used
size is jump rings?
the 5mm for the cross section.
Which we've got.
And the 6mm for the sweet pea section.
Which we've got.
And the 6mm for the Byzantine triangles.
Which we've got.
And then you've got the 7mm to replace the 9mm that I've used there.
Which we've got. So you have got everything that you need to be able to create this stunning look. Now, just bear in mind for me, you said the lamp itself was how much?
£9.
£9. The kit itself is £14.95. So £25. Add to that, you know, gemstones from your stash, which would be free essentially. But even if you bought some today, let's say you spent £10 worth on gemstones, you would not look at that and think that has cost less than £35 to make. And you wouldn't sell something like that for that price, would you?
No, you
wouldn't.
obviously
Looked around for gemstone chandeliers. What prices were you seeing?
Oh, hundreds and thousands.
Hundreds and thousands.
And they were most of them weren't gemstones. They were crystal, that famous crystal.
The synthetic ones.
So some of them were those. Some of them were even the plastic ones. So I mean, like I said, it would cost £9 just for the plastic ones.
Yeah.
And to be fair, when I picked it out the box, it cut my finger because it was one of the pieces of wire was sticking out. So it wasn't really well made in the first place. To be fair to it.
No.
And yes, you can pay hundreds. You know, if somebody was to commission something like that, I think if you said £100, I think that they'd be getting quite a bargain at £100.
An absolute bargain.
And it looks quite a substantial piece. It doesn't take that long to create.
No.
Do you know the longest bit it took to create? Threading all the chips on the...
Was that the longest bit?
That's the longest bit, yeah. And I had to get my daughter to help me in the end because I'd lost the will to live after 9 of them. Like, please, can you help me thread on the chips and nuggets? And that was the longest bit.
I think that is an absolute sensation. So many of you messaging in, hey Barbara, oh JM, what a bargain. I had to get 2 kits, and Fleur, what a beautiful design. Got the DVD and can't wait to start. Oh, Barbara, congratulations, lovely lady. And what a great kind of feast for the mind that you're going to get the DVD on the same day that you get these beautiful gemstones, the beautiful jump rings, and then you're going to be able to get started.
Yep.
And you've got the jump ring opener back by hugely popular demand, mainly from me. But, you know, it's going to make your life so much easier. Oh, Barbara and everyone else, enjoy. Loads in baskets, I'm being told. Just far too many to even count up. So I'm going to head on over to the wonderful Fleur now. I'll bring my tablet with us. Whilst I've got some more jump rings. Sorry, just grab me brew. You know, the important things in life. I've got loads and loads and loads of you within your baskets. Just look. Name. And well done to every single one of you for getting your hands on this. It really, really is phenomenal deal. It truly is. And the fact of the matter is, obviously, making the chandelier, Barbara's got herself two, and Barbara, you're not alone at all here on that situation. You could make the chandelier if you buy two, and this bag as well.
Yeah, you certainly can. And the thing is with chainmail is we use them, I mean, if I've made a bag, it doesn't mean to say you have to make a bag. You can take those elements and make jewellery with them as well. So the weaves themselves are like an individual thing, how you want to attach them, whether that's onto your bag, onto a chandelier, or onto a necklace. You know, what you want to make, it's the diversity that you can take chainmail. It's such an amazing medium.
It really is. And I want to remind everyone that if you are counting the balloons, this is the piece that you have the chance of winning. This that's draped around the neckline piece is the actual band of this, and I've had this on today. It's very, very comfortable, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
It really is super comfortable because you've got that lovely element, that lovely section. $14.95 for you today. Big Bird's friends in. What are you doing, Scott?
Happy birthday!
Yes, Scott!
Yeah, it's my favourite tool.
It's my favourite tool.
It was a rubbish one, wasn't it?
That's it. Look at that. Really good. Thank you, Big Bird's cousin.
Okay.
I really like that. Thank you, Scott. Manager Scott doing a manager discount for the post-birthday treat. £11.95. That is pocket money.
It is. And the bottle takes all the same jump rings apart from the 9mm. So you just need a packet.
Just need to add those 9mm.
9mm as well, and then you can create both of them.
That is absolutely a shocker. That is. What was the should be price? Bearing in mind you're getting £29.20. It should have been. Is that better than half price?
29. Yeah.
Better than half price. That is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're saving £17, if my calculations in my own head are correct. You're saving around £17.25. And so way better than half price. So, do you know what, Barbara and all the others who've bought two, that's buy one, get one free you've just got there. You've got buy one, get one free price. Even better. That is sensational. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget everybody pays the same price. If you're brand new to us and you're thinking, I came in and got this straight away. Don't worry, we don't do the total up of what you've spent in the day until around midnight, I think it is. So do not worry, everyone pays that final closing price. If you want to add more to your order, absolutely call the call centre and do that, because £11.95 for 1,000 jump rings, and for the jump ring opener, that is opener. Sound a bit pirate then. That is exceptional. There's so many of you on the phone lines. There is a slight queue, but if you don't get in now, you will be put back to the end of the queue and you might miss out. £11.95 for all of that.
I can't.
Well, that means that chandelier cost you even less to make.
Yeah, and you can get the DVD for not much more than before Scott dropped the price.
No.
So, yeah, it's crazy. That is the craziest price I've seen. And I thought the Tanzanite this morning was crazy.
But that...
And the Aquamarine we had yesterday was crazy.
Loopy.
Yeah, that one is that's top tip.
Like my mum used to say, you couldn't make them for that, and you really couldn't.
You couldn't make them for that.
You couldn't make them for that. And it'd take you loads longer, and you'd probably want to quiet at the end of it.
I don't think you'd be able to buy the wire.
Yeah,
I don't think you'd be able to buy the wire to make it, and then the hours to cut them, and then to polish them as well.
Yeah.
I don't think you'd be able to do
Oh, it's just not worth it. Couldn't buy them for that. Well done, everybody. $11.95. There's over 50 of you with it in your basket, and there are still people on the phone line. So stay where you are, enjoy the music, and let's get creating, shall we? Don't forget, if you're buying the kit, make a little note of today's date and time, and you can watch this back live so that you can make a longer at home with us on this. So, Fleur, whereabouts on this beautiful bag are we starting?
So when I got given the title of upcycling, I thought, what will make my life easier, and what can I upcycle? Now I've got 3 children, and a clutch bag for me and 3 children to hang on to just doesn't work. Not enough hands. I need a strap or a wrist strap on something that I can then hold my bag and obviously look after the children as well. So I wanted to do the handbag because I've got lots of these clutch bags around, and I thought it'd be really nice to adorn it with some jewellery. Yeah. And like I say, you know, make it even better than it was before, because it was a very cheap bag, shall we say, really cheap. And with a very little amount of stitching, then you can create this lovely piece.
I love this.
So it's got 3 different weaves into it. One of them is the Byzantine, because I wanted everybody to have a go at it. So if Byzantine is the first one you've ever done before, didn't want to alienate anybody thinking it was too difficult. Okay. So the weaves that we've chosen to do in this are very, very simple weaves. It just, because it's all together, it looks got that high impact look. Yeah. Because of the weaves. But like I say, they're all very, very easy.
So even for beginners, all you need now is 1 set of pliers.
Yep.
Because you've got the jump ring opener. 1 set of pliers. So buy the toolkit, you've got a set of flat nose pliers in that. Yep. You're sorted, ready to start.
And like Becky said, with the jump ring opener, you've got 3 different size of grooves, openings here, so you can use your thicker jump rings as well. So your very fine one here is perfect for your sterling silver, which we did yesterday, because that's on a 0.9 wire-ish, so it's a lot better. You're not going to get them lost into there and get them bent. Your larger one is for your thicker gauges of wire, and then you've got 2 on the other side. Now, it's entirely up to you how you hold this, because it works on either hand. It's not a left-handed tool or a right-handed tool, like some of them are, as I found when I bought what I thought was cheap scissors, and they're for left-handed people. I couldn't use them.
I can have them.
Yeah. So I always use mine on either in my ring finger or on my fourth finger. And the way that you use it is you use your pliers, which I've just noticed.
Oh, hello, friends.
Now.
Oh.
Hello. And these pliers.
That was weird.
And I did have a couple of messages yesterday asking about pliers and what pliers would be best for people with, say, arthritis. These pliers are the best pliers I've ever used.
For this medium in particular, tell me why.
Because they're bent nose, because they're, that's 90 degrees, isn't it? I was going to say 45.
No, that's 90
degrees.
You're right.
Because they've got the bent nose on them, you can use them in 2 ways. So you've got the fine needle tips right on the very end, so you can use that for picking up your jump rings. Yeah. If you've got a larger jump ring, you can turn it around and use the flat side as well.
Fab.
When you've got a piece of chainmail weave and say 1 jump ring, say like on the bottle, which looked quite, the bottom weave's quite dense. If you can see a jump ring that's not closed properly, it's very difficult with, if I just get a normal pair of pliers. Yeah. Say these ones, it's very difficult to get in with these kind of pliers into a really small space. Yeah. With these ones, if I turn them on the side, you can see you can get really into that. Precision. And you can redo that jump ring opening absolutely perfectly and not disturb any more of your chainmail. No. So for me, these are the must-have ones, and they're so comfortable in your hands.
So if you are brand new, buy the kit, you've got your jump ring opener, and you've got all your jump rings that you need to get started. Purchase these, and you are literally starting a brand new medium. It's incredible, isn't it? Your price point today on these ones, £19.95. You're on a very much trusted brand, a very comfortable ergonomic design on these. £19.95 is a great deal on those ones for you, so get started whilst you can. Right, Claire.
Okay, so I'll just quickly show you how to use this. So really easily, you pick your jump ring up. I've got the little cut at the top. I can just feel a very rough edge there, so I know that that's where the cut is. I'm going to place it into the jump ring opener and just turn it towards me, and there you've got your perfectly opened jump ring. So if you've got, say, 200 jump rings to open, if I was having to use 2 pairs of pliers, which I do use as well, when I pick up a new jump ring, I've got to put one pair down because I've got to then hold it and then rearrange it. So it's a lot faster to open them like this.
Yeah.
Some of the weaves that we do are quite dense weaves, like we've just said, and it's very difficult to close it with this. So you do always need a second pair of pliers around, just in case it's a little bit too tricky to get this into where you want to close it.
Yeah.
But for the majority of the easier weaves, like the one that we're going to do today, you can use this to open and close your jump rings.
Fantastic.
So it's a really good tool to have.
Brilliant.
Even if you just want to use them for opening and closing for your clasps.
Clasps and things, yeah, fab.
So that's that little tool, and if you've multi-bought that, you can pop one in your toolkit and one in your travel toolkit if you have a travel toolkit.
Brilliant.
So the first weave we're going to do is we're going to do the bit that goes along the front of the weave, front of the bag.
Okay.
Really simple weave. It uses the 7mm and the 5mm jump rings, and it's mainly like a scallop weave. So it's still classed as chainmail because you are connecting jump ring to jump ring, but it's one that doesn't involve any folding back of any rings or anything like that. It's very simple.
Wow.
And the way that we start is we take our first 7mm jump ring and we're going to add on 5 closed 5mm jump rings. And we add on 5 because we want 1 to attach onto the bag and then 1 to attach onto the rest of the weave and leave 3 in the middle.
Okay.
So the colourway is your choice. I've used it, so I've got 2 of the rose gold sitting next to the silver. So I've got the silver in the middle because I've used a rose gold head pin. But again, that's your personal choice. You might want to use all rose gold or all the silver.
Okay.
So we close that one up. And then what we're going to do, to give it a little bit more stability, we're just going to double that jump ring up. So where you double jump rings up, it gives it a little bit more stability in the weave as well. So what we're going to do now to move on to the next section, we're going to take another open jump ring. We're going to take the very last jump ring on the side, so that make sure it's not one in the middle, so it's the very last one on the side. And now we're going to add on 4 jump rings. So we need the 3 in the middle that are going to attach onto the centre one with our gemstone, and we need a 4th one to create the next link along.
Got you.
And close that one up. And then again, to keep the same suit, we're going to double that jump ring up. Now in a bracelet, you probably wouldn't need to have to double these jump rings up. I've doubled them up because on a handbag, obviously it's got a little bit more wear and tear that it's going to bump into things a little bit more, whereas as a neckline piece or a bracelet, it doesn't have as much wear and tear. But a handbag, you're going to pop it on the floor, you're going to, it's going to knock into things, and like me, chuck it on down by the side of the fridge when I've finished with it. That's where my handbags stay. So that's my second link in. So I've not doubled up the one in the middle. I've used just one single jump ring in the middle to connect them. If you want to double that one up, you can do as well. That's just a feature that you can add in. So my next one again goes to the very last jump ring. So you can start to see now, if I just pull that one out of the way, you can see how each of these large jump rings now only has 3 jump rings in the middle. Because our jump rings, like I say all the time, are such good quality, you can use them near enough straight out of the bag because they come so perfectly closed. Although they are saw cut and open, you can't feel the opening on them. So you can just quickly make this weave up very quickly, and you can create a substantial piece of jewellery or adornment for your bag with only opening these large jump rings. So again, to follow the suit, I'm going to just double that one up. So making sure, apart from the very first one has got the 5, the ones next to that have all got 4. Okay, so you can see that's what it looks like in the large jump rings. And I've got a little section here of what it looks like in the small jump rings.
It looks so dainty.
So if I just lay that down, so you can see how that you've then got all your 3 little jump rings coming down. And this is why I use these very, very large jump rings, because you can see it so much easier.
Yes.
If I was to demo with these small ones, it becomes a little bit more difficult. So you've got the doubled up with the large 7mm jump rings and the 5mm jump rings that create the scallops. Then all you're going to do is take some of your pearls, and I've used featherweight head pins, so we get those in the findings packs as well.
You do.
You don't have to put one on every single one. I have, and chosen the black spinel and the pearl in this case. And all you're going to do is open up the middle jump ring and then place on your wrapped loop. Now, with something like a bag like this, I would always use a wrap loop rather than an open eye loop, just because it's a lot safer.
Sturdy.
Yeah, it's not going to, if it gets caught or anything like that.
On the dance floor.
Yeah, on the dance floor. If you're dancing around your bag and someone stands on it, it's not gonna break as much. So
I am about to sell out of the Xeron cutters, pliers. So I'm now going to bring to you large jump rings. Now these
I've never seen these.
are lovely. If you've got any of our gunmetal wire, how beautiful are they going to be? I love the idea of these for kind of Victoriana designs, for kind of quite modern designs as well. What can we do with these?
So
in the world of chainmail.
So we've done a few kits that have got gunmetal chainmail jump rings in them as well. You know, the 5, 6, 7 millimetre.
Yeah.
That's it, we can do the steps.
Oh, I love that song. Steps.
Yeah, I do.
Awesome.
And I think if it was played again, I'd know the dance, which is
I
quite
definitely
sad.
would. Yeah, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Yeah.
classic.
So we've got the open jump rings that go with these. If you've got any of those open jump rings in your stash from when we've done them in kits before, you could create this kind of look for a handbag strap, or a belt, because they're substantial. They're really, I mean, they're so well made, and they've got that beautiful texture on them, and they're really chunky, so they would hold a lot of weight. That's the other thing when you're looking at upcycling handbags. You've got to think of how much weight you're going to put in that bag. You know, I couldn't go and do my weekly shopping with that bag, because although my mum did a sterling job sewing the handbag strap onto it.
Good on you, Flair's mum.
I don't think it would hold a can of beans or something like that.
No.
You know? Well, it would do, but it might just. So you've got to look at what kind of bag you put it on. But these would hold a lot more weight to them.
Super duper.
Yeah, because they're sturdy.
Super duper sturdy. Get your hands on 50 Welsh. You can. Your price point today, ladies and gents, just £19.95. Or is it? No, it's not. It's post-birthday day. So we're bringing to you a special deal. £14.95 for you today to get your hands on these, so you can play and have lots and lots of fun with big sturdy pieces, and great, again, as we said, for the likes of your upcycling. £14.95, get them whilst you can.
So that's the front bit, and that is all that front bit is, but you can see how it creates quite a substantial look.
Yeah.
And very quickly, you can create that piece. So now we're going to go on to the handle. Now, when you're making a handle for a handbag, again, we need to use a wrap loop. If we use just an eye pin and it got caught or snagged, it would probably pull apart. Byzantine links, because of the nature of them being quite closely knitted together, those jump rings, are quite a strong link. So I've used the Byzantine and wrapped loops just to create that handle. But if you've got the DVD and you want to do the cross weave or the sweet pea weave, you can adapt the handle to match you. But I quite like the Byzantine because it was sections and then one of the pearls.
Okay.
So we're going to go through how we make, and I've done Byzantine quite a lot of time, but it was amazing yesterday after the show how many people said they were going to have a go at chainmail because they got the sterling silver, and then obviously these amazing bundles today as well.
Yeah.
So Byzantine is the one that a lot of people start with because it's got the most variations. Okay. So you can do the snowflake and all the other different weaves like we did yesterday, one based on Byzantine. So what we need is a chain of 10 jump rings linked together into 5 pairs. So I'm going to start by adding 4 jump rings onto one open jump ring. Now this is using the 6mm jump rings. You can use a 7mm, it gives a little bit more of an open weave, but you can't use the 5mm. Okay, so I've got 4 jump rings onto one. I'm now going to double that one up again. And what I'm going to do now is just open the original 4, and I've got a chain of 3, so that's my first section. I now need another 2 pairs onto there, so I'm going to add 1 more open jump ring and again 2 closed. And like we just said, because these jump rings come pre-closed, if you like, you can just use them straight out of the bag. And we're going to double that one up. So I've now got my chain of 10. Yeah. Okay. So Byzantine section, it's very simple. It's basically we're going to fold back the first pair in between the second pair. So the way that we do that is we let the first pair fall either side. We're going to take 2 open jump rings to be able to pull it up together. open up the second pair. Now the first pair are back here and they're laying either side of my hand. When you've got them in the small jump rings and you're using your pliers, if you give those a little pinch together, what will happen is it will start to form anyway into that shape. So that's the kind of shape that we're looking for. And again, this orange pair was the first pair, the purple pair was the second pair. So we're going to pull the first pair back up through the middle, and just connect through, so you can see how it comes straight up into that Byzantine knot.
Okay.
Because it's a double, because it's a, we always use 2 pairs of jump rings, we need to keep the suit the same so it still looks the same. So I'm going to pop a second jump ring through there. Again, it's a little bit more stable as well, it's a little bit more sturdy because you've got 2 jump rings in there. So if anything happened and one jump ring got pulled apart, you've still got the other jump ring there to hold it together. Good. So that's one side of my Byzantine section. Now if I was to create this into a chain, what you could do then is you could add your pearl onto here now. So when you've before you've closed these jump rings, just pop your pearl on your wrapped loop onto that section there. I'm now going to do the same on the other end of this little chain. So let the first pair fall either side, open up the second pair, take in our next chain, our next open jump rings, just bring those back up inside and close. Now if you can see the bottom of that jump ring, that bottom of that weave has just fallen into that kind of, doesn't look like it was when I first started, when I first did, it doesn't look like the top here. All that's happened is this one hasn't got any pressure on it yet. So as soon as you've got the pressure onto it, it will then pop up into its formation, and that is one little section of your Byzantine. Now I've used both colourways to create a longer strap. If you wanted to do be a little bit more thrifty, or you wanted just a wrist strap, you wouldn't need hardly any sections like this to create. And what I do, like I do with all my chainmail pieces, I create all the chainmail first and then I assemble it all afterwards. So for me, yeah, I do have to reopen these 2 back up, but I'd prefer to do that and know that I've got the correct amount and the correct length before I then go, because there's nothing worse than, I don't know if you've ever done it where you've made a necklace and it's not sitting either side and you've got to take off the crimp and then put it back on. So it's easier for me if I create all the sections together and then assemble it into the first one.
Fantastic.
So that's the strap.
Got some really large jump rings here for you now.
They are gorgeous.
Monocle.
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah. Really attractive.
Monocle sized. I look like the Monopoly man then. I have got for you here, ladies and gentlemen, some absolutely mammoth jump rings, large enough to create your own monocle if you so chose. These are absolutely mammoth. What can we do with a 31mm textured jump ring like this?
So these would be amazing to chainmail up to. So if you had on the bag, say, where I've put the little drop down little, it's called shaggy loops, that one that's on the with the black spanel. I could have chainmailed to that and have a feature with this, and then dropped a gemstone in the middle of it, so you've got a real feature. But again, I just, as soon as I see these, I think of belts. You know, connecting them together to make a chainmail belt. Yeah. And just doing, if you've got sections of Byzantine, because it's still a thick metal, but you can still get your 6mm jump ring to connect onto it. Yeah. So definitely belts, handbag, if you are thinking of upcycling, but I bet you could use these with your shoes. Yes. I bet you could put these onto your shoes. Yeah, you're right, I could. Even if you just stitched them or glued them into place, or bezels for your resin.
Love that idea. Bezels for your resin, little photo frames. I love you saying shoe. I'm thinking photo on the shoe behind it, and then coating on it. Resin, yeah. And we've got resin coming up. Oh, it's all go today. This is a collection of 20. Your price point? £9.95. We've rolled this down to you for you today, so that is a discounted price for you, ladies and gentlemen. And if you do want some textured jump rings to go with it, I have this in a smaller size. I have got them right here for you, and that's exactly what we're saying about with the belts, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Just connect them, just even one into one, so just connect one to the other. If you've got the black jump rings as well, that would look amazing to have a real monochrome look with the 2.
That'll look fab.
And I bet you could suspend one into the middle as well, so you could have it as a feature pendant. So just using one of your silver twisted or textured smaller jump rings, connect these ones together. Yeah.
And I've got the smaller ones coming on your screen for you now. You can see the texture on these is wonderful. A lovely twisted detail we've got on these ones. Really, really, really big, decent sizes on them as well. 9mm, which is what you were saying earlier. Yeah. You used for the DVD, new DVD today, chandelier.
Yep, so you could connect these. These would make beautiful connections between your chainmail onto your chandelier base, or just connecting them all together and putting a gemstone in between them all, you know, just to create a really nice rosary link with them and have that as your chandelier.
Fab.
Really
You're getting 100 of these in the 9mm. If you want to add the 9mm to your chandelier, go for it. Today, your price point is just £5.95. Again, silver plated, genuine silver plating on these ones.
And they're open.
Yes, and they are open jump rings.
So these would be perfect with your jump ring opener.
Are they open? They are, aren't they? I'll pass one to you. Let's have a look how Fleur use these. Loads of you coming in for these. Absolute bargain for 100. Yeah. I'm sorry, I was like, are they open? Because they're so perfectly cut.
They are so perfectly cut.
Wow.
But as you can see on your jump ring opener, that larger gap there fits perfectly with this twisted. Sorry,
the twisted one.
There you go. So it won't fit into the small one.
But it
may
will.
fit. It won't even fit into the large. That's why it's got so many different little
So the
areas.
largest one, it does fit.
The largest one fits perfectly. So when you want to close it back up again, keeping your hand nice and still and just moving your chainmail pliers
to close that back up.
Close it back up.
Don't forget that jump ring opener is in the kit that we took to a ridiculously low price. Get your hands on those ones whilst you can. $5.95, and that entire kit was $11.95. We brought it to you today. Okie dokie, Fleur, I'm back with you for the final few minutes.
The final little bit is a very simple weave, which is the one that's in the middle and the one that's on the side there. So with all those beautiful Keshe pearls, and I chose to keep all those Keshe pearls together because I just think they just look so gorgeous together with those two colours. With the rose gold and the silver. And again, this is a really simple weave. Very, very simple. Very similar. It's basically the same weave that we did on the front of the bag, but vertical. So we're going to take one of our open jump rings, and again, I've used the 7mm, but you can use a 6mm if you've got some of those left over.
Got you.
And I'm going to add on 3 jump rings. Okay. Now, I won't do it now because I haven't got time, but on these last two, there's where you would add 2 pearls, 1 pearl onto each side.
I see.
So you leave the middle one open. We close that one up. We take our next open jump ring. We're going to take our open jump ring and we're going to again put 3 closed jump rings onto it. Now this jump ring is just going to add on to the middle jump ring. So this is going to create the spine in the middle, if you like. So it just goes onto there and close. So what you would have now is you'd have the pearls sitting either side of this larger jump ring, and again the next one goes on exactly the same, adding 3 closed jump rings and just adding into the middle. Now if you want to, you can just attach this into, do all the chainmail first and then just open up each of these individual, and again popping on your little pearl either side. Now because obviously these rings are really large in compared to the ones that we've got there, it's sitting a lot more open.
Yeah.
But if you can, on the front of the bag, what I've done there is instead of putting jump rings on either side, I've put the actual gemstone on either side.
Yeah.
So it becomes a lot more dense.
Yeah.
So it's really a lot denser. So you can see there's just, it's like a little sandwich again. It's just a gemstone, a jump ring and a gemstone. The jump ring that's in the middle is what you connect the next one into, and you just carry on in that kind of formation. So 3 really simple weaves that you can create really high impact look with those beautiful gemstones.
Okay, brilliant.
That's and then just stitch it all in.
How easy is that? That's how you create that beautiful look on this bag. And don't forget, you have the opportunity to win the bag as well as part of our balloon spotting competition today. So a real special little treat there for you. And whilst I'm over with you, Fleur, I brought the silver jump rings. I now want to bring the gold twisted jump rings. They're slightly more delicate than the other ones. These are 7mm. Am I right in saying that's one of the most used sizes in chainmail?
Yes, it is, yeah. The inner diameter of these is slightly different because the twist of the metal is a little bit thicker than a normal 1mm wire that we use them on. So these would make beautiful Byzantine sections because you've got into the realms then of the Byzantine rather than the 7mm, which we tend to think of as the Persians and the Japanese weaves. So you can then start to do the more intricate weaves like the sweet pea and the cross weave that we did in the DVD.
Brilliant. So you've got the opportunity to do a lot of similar weaves that maybe you've already worked with, but actually, because of the texture, it must give a totally different look.
It gives a completely different look, and I love working with these in conjunction with the normal jump rings. I call them normal, but you know, the plain jump rings. So if you got the kit from for the bag, and then you wanted to do the Byzantine section, you could put these in the middle of the Byzantine section so you could see the twist through that piece and then have just you connecting either side.
Really like that idea.
Really
so it's going to give you a really wonderful look and detail that maybe you wouldn't get if you were just using the plain ones alone. You've got your gold-plated twisted jump rings. Did anyone else see those arrows come in? That means Toby's taken the price down to £5.95. These are gold plated. You will have to pay more for gold usually plating than you would silver because obviously gold costs more than silver and we're using the same amount of precious metal over the copper as we would with the silver. But today we've managed to take it to £5.95 for you. What do you think of that?
That's a brilliant price because people can have a go at chainmail and it's not cost a lot of money to have a go at chainmail. You know, like with your jump ring opener and your pair of pliers, you're good to go and you can create, like I say, the first and the last weave very, very simply, and then the Byzantine. Yes, sometimes you just have to do it a few times before the penny drops and which jump rings you're going to connect to. But the other two the other two weaves that we've done, very, very simple and really easy to create. Bracelets, necklaces or handbags with these gorgeous jump rings.
Yeah, fantastic. Well done to everyone who's treated themselves to these. Don't forget, always important to check out your baskets, and don't forget, we've had the competition for the balloons. You can now text in 60777, so you text with the word JM Studio. Don't forget that customer number, and we will be closing those text lines as soon as we come back to show. So you've got a break to do it. How long's the break today, Director Ben? Approximately 3 minutes today. So 3 minutes approximately to text in, and then we will announce the winner at some point after the break. And speaking of after the break, a brand new strand. You will be a fool's gold to miss it. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Jewellery Maker, you're 6. Happy birthday. I love you.
We are live every day from 8 AM to 9 PM. So come and join in and get creating with Jewellery Maker.
Happy birthday, Jewellery Maker!
Get creating stunning designs in no time at all with this brilliant Introduction to Kumihimo DVD with guest designer Sarah Elvin. These easy to follow steps on this DVD will make you feel like you have your own personal tutor and will show you the best techniques to get you started with this amazing medium. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
I started crafting from a very young age, doing all sorts of different crafting. That developed into card making and then onto jewellery making.
I got started because my sister started giving us jewellery and the women in the family jewellery as gifts.
To start, I was making it for me, and then my friends saw what I was wearing, and then one of my friends said, well, why don't you have a go at selling? So I thought, well, I'll give it a go and see how it goes.
I do like a challenge. Because sometimes you look at something and think you can't do it, but then you don't know if you don't try, do you?
When you've made it and you've just made it, you think that's nice, put it on. When you get it out the next time, that's when you think, yeah, that looks really good, that looks quite professional, I'm proud to wear it.
Quite often at work they'll ask me what I'm wearing. They're astonished. First of all, you think something's so simple and they're astonished at the piece of jewellery that you've made.
they say it looks so professional, and when I show them how easy it is to do, they're saying, oh, can I have a go of it?
These necklaces are great for layering up, for atmosphere, sort of holidays.
Because they're there in the living room with you, you get to see the same people on a regular basis, and you feel a bit like you know them.
It's like a family, you know all the guests that are on the TV. And then when you come to something like a workshop, it's really good because you seem to know everybody, you know about the people that you're working with.
It just feels like your own family, that you're actually there with them and you are part of their family, you're part of their, you know, their community.
Happy birthday, Jewellery Maker!
Happy birthday!
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the post-birthday day. It's wonderful to be with you. My name is Rebecca Redican, but you can call me Becky. And today I am joined by the lady who, if she was a flower, she'd be French. It's Fleur. All right, love.
You're all right.
Yeah, no too shabby. Now, the challenge strand, brand spanking new, never ever seen before. First thoughts, please.
Stunning.
Yeah. Isn't it individual?
Yeah.
We don't normally get pyrite like this.
Really vintage looking.
Really is, isn't it?
Beautiful.
I absolutely love this strand. Pyrite, sometimes referred to as fool's gold. This is an absolute stunner of a strand. Why is it called fool's gold, do we think? It's because way back when they were kind of first-ish starting actual proper gold mining, as opposed to the ancient ways in which they used to do it, gold prospectors kind of mistook this whilst looking for big sources of gold for gold. Small little elements of it they would get, and they mistook it for gold because, of course, we know, don't we, pyrite generally will grow very, very close to gold in the crust of the earth, and because of that, they often found these little elements near gold and actually thought that that's exactly what it was. Obviously, with more research, they realised that it wasn't, hence the name fool's gold, as in it was a foolish mistake to think it was gold. So that's why it's sometimes referred to as fool's gold. Interestingly though, because it does form very close to, in many places in the earth where we will find gold, then it means that atoms of tiny atoms of gold can actually be substituted for the iron in its structure. So some of your gold, in particular if it has got a more golden hue, don't forget when you get pyrite it's never going to look gold unless it's coated, but with elements, when it hits the light, sometimes you can see a little extra shine, a little extra gleam of something warmer, something hotter, something a bit more summertime than you might expect to see in a pyrite. That actually can be gold. That can be genuine gold where the atoms are replaced. And I tell you that now, and I might not have mentioned that before because I've never actually seen it before until I saw this strand this morning. In my strand, obviously I can't guarantee this will be the same for yours, but in my strand I have got these little flecks, these little elements of little extra warmth that could be, might not be, but it could be where the atoms of gold has replaced the iron in the structure of this gemstone. So I'm getting these little tidbits, these little glows of the golden hues within there, which are just absolutely captivating actually. It's really beautiful look. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we very rarely bring you pyrite drops. Very rarely do we bring them in this form as well. If you look, they're really lovely and bulbous. Love that word. They are lovely and bulbous. They really are. They've got a real nice depth to them. They're not floppy and flat like a pancake. They're big and bold and bulbous. So treat yourself to these stunning pyrite today, brand spanking new. I haven't seen anything like this. I really haven't. Your price point today, ladies and gentlemen, should be. I'm going to bring you a post-birthday treat, a boxing birthday treat, if you will. You know, like Boxing Day. £4.95 for you today on these. You must have loads of pyrite drops, rondelles, rounds in your collection, but I bet you don't have that many drops like these. I bet you don't. These aren't something that we see often at all. They are so unique, they're so individual. And do you know what I was thinking? How great would these be in chainmail designs? Because of the metallic nature.
Yeah, yeah, and because of the shape of them as well, because they've not got a real point on the top.
No.
So they're easier to work with. If you're not used to briolette wrapping, they're a lot easier, a lot more user-friendly, if you like. Right. So you can just pop your head pin through and just put an eye loop on either side and it will still look really lovely, and you haven't had to do all that work of trying to get those wraps really neat next to each other.
Absolutely, because sometimes if they have got a really big kind of point to them, doing your briolette wrapping, it'll slip, it'll fold, it won't fall correctly. But with these ones, because you've got less of that, it's going to be so much easier for you, isn't it?
And just as you've got it there, you know, if you were going to do some macrame with it, you could macrame with it like that and have them all stuck up.
Stuck up, I love that idea.
That'd be really nice.
It's a bit punky, isn't it?
Yeah.
A little bit. Really like that look and idea. £4.95 for you today, ladies and gentlemen. Imagine these with the likes of your pear drop earring collection that was the deal of the day that I've got coming up for you in a bit. Or imagine these actually from the likes of the Chainmail Project Chandelier, a new DVD that we launched today. How wonderful would that be hanging from there?
Yeah, they'd be really nice because they give a real nice difference to a highly faceted clear gemstone. You could have that real lovely, or if you wanted to do a more steampunk-esque chandelier and have it with some antique bronze or gunmetal grey, you could use these and have it a little bit more, not industrial because they're not, but vintage looking.
More vintage looking. Yeah. You know that you and I later are going to get molding, not mouldy, it's moulding, isn't it? Mouldy. We're going to get mouldy. We're going to be all over it like a cheese. No, moulding. We're going to be doing some moulding later of a clock face that we found. How great would these be with that clock face we're going to get moulding with later?
They would be really good when they
would be
brilliant. Yeah, because you could colour the resin or the polymer clay into, you know, the same colour as that, because we can colour resin with the stuff that we had yesterday. So we can use the alcohol inks or the ice resins, we can use the transparents of the chem sets to colour mix them to nearly that kind of colour and use the glitters then to bring out the elements.
So we've got loads more coming up. It's not just resin for you. I've got moulding coming up for you later on as well. So do feel free to stay tuned. Well done everyone who's got that low price coming up at past on some jump rings. And I'm being warned, very low. They're coming up for you in a little bit. I didn't drop any then. Sorry, it's little victories with me. That is coming up for you at about past. Also, pearls, did someone say? Coins coming up for you today. Coins coming up for you. And we're going to make it a great price so you don't have to spend too many of your own coins. They're coming up for you in a little bit of time as well, so do make sure you're staying tuned for that. Ollie, coining a great phrase there, I liked that. Okay, how do you feel about some very, very quick last chance opportunity now? Are we doing the abalone shell? We are. Because I'm going to bring you the opportunity to get your hands on these. I need to forewarn you, last 5 of them. Get them whilst you can, because if you miss out on them, you might feel quite abalonely without them. So, I have got for you here. I'm sorry, I can't help it. This is just how I am. I have got for you here your gorgeous abalone shell. And these are the ones that are domed. These are the ones that are really, really beautifully giving you that look of the doming in the centre of these. You've not got the black resin in the middle like you usually would with the flat ones, although they are attached together with that, so that makes them nice and sturdy. Final few of these ones. Come on in, get them whilst you can. Your price point today is just £14.95. You can create some really delicate pieces with these, or if you want to be big and bold and really come out of your creative shell, then you've got the opportunity to do so. £14.95 for you today. Well done everybody, a great strand there, nice work to you all. Check out whilst you can. Final 2 of those ones. Oh wow! From shell to something that you might be barking mad if you missed out on it. Labradorite. Okay, Kerry's face and noise of said it all. Then just look. You didn't really get it at first. No. If you have to explain it, it doesn't work. Thanks for the tip, Kerry. I've got for you here, lovely ladies and gentlemen, your Labradorite. This is a gemstone from a very unique and individual place on the planet. It's from St. Paul's in Canada. And I myself have been to Labrador numerous times, far too many to count actually. I used to work on a cruise ship and we used to stop off there. And Labrador is a really unique and individual place. It's kind of like a little bit of a, well, I went in winter time, so it was kind of a sleepy fishing village, really. And what you get, well, what I had at the time was really, really dark grey, deep kind of foreboding greys and inky skies. And what you have in this element in Labrador is you have these brightly coloured shops and houses, all different colours, pink, yellow, green, all sat next to each other on the skyline. And that, I think, is incredible. It looked amazing to see it. But it's like I'm looking at it when you see this gemstone. You've got that deep foreboding inkiness of the sky, and then you've got those pops of colour with those really beautiful buildings in the foreground. This, ladies and gentlemen, is your Labradorite. If you want to treat yourself to it, now's your opportunity. And I cannot believe you're dropping the price on this. These ones are from Madagascar though, so it's kind of lost a bit. £9.95, but I bet with that price you are absolutely Madagascar. No. £9.95 on these. What do you think of this strand, please, Fleur?
Do you have all your little one-liners written down by the side of you?
Funnily enough, yes, it's from a 70s joke book.
I don't know how you remember them all. They're brilliant. I love this. I think it's an absolutely beautiful strand. It reminds me of, like, do you know the last scene in that Harry Potter, the last one, with the lightning in the sky?
Oh my gosh, yes, you're right.
Just reminds me of that. I think it's a really beautiful one. And because it's that blue colour, it really shows the flashes even more, I think. The flashes of like, the greens and the blues coming out.
I just think it's got that magical, mystical, kind of really captivating look about it, actually. Do you know what I'm thinking? Because of the colouring on these, with lapis lazuli.
Yeah, or with the pyrite. It'd look really nice with the pyrite, because you've then got the...
Oh, I really like that idea.
Those two together.
They'd be a great pairing, wouldn't they? They'd go really, really, really nicely. I should hand you these pyrites so you can get on with your challenge, really, shouldn't I? Sorry, what am I like? What a wally.
Shall I come and get them?
Oh, go on, if you would. You know they super glue me to the spot. Thank you, my
Thank you.
Well done to everyone who's got that £9.95. I am bringing to you some more jump rings now, which will go epically well, actually, with these. We're doing the 7mm black jump rings. Wouldn't they look nice together? Don't you think? What kind of pieces could you imagine with these? I imagine quite unisex pieces, actually, myself. I imagine kind of possibly quite a little black dress number with these. If you didn't want to be too showy, too over the top, these would work really nicely. I've got for you now the black plated copper twisted jump rings, and they are really lovely and delicate. I'm just checking if they're the open ones. They are. Because you can't tell, the workmanship and the craftsmanship on these is so epic. Don't forget, you want a good closure on your jump rings, because that means your pieces are going to stay sturdy, isn't it?
Definitely, yeah. So it makes it seamless as well. So because they're so finely cut, they're going to go back together and you won't see the joints. There's nothing worse than seeing all the little joins and, you know, maybe one that's not closed. And we all do it. You know, when you photograph something, you look at it quite in detail, there will always be one that's not closed. But if they are beautifully made in the first place, the chances are they'll go back together really nicely when you weave them into your chainmail.
And these ones are great quality, they truly, truly are. I have seen jump rings which have been snagging at one side, in fact I've accidentally bought them, snagged at one side, they come to a point, they're open when you get to them, and trying to close them, it just doesn't work. They are a bit scratchy against the skin. Your price point today for 150 of these, ladies and gents, has rolled down to £7.95. They'll go great with the big ones that we had earlier on, won't they? They'll go fantastic with the big ones earlier. And I think you could create a really nice look and design with those, because obviously the colour is matching. 35 grams worth of real copper on these ones, so a real nice weight, because don't forget copper's not a cheap medium anymore, generally, unless you shop at Jewellery Maker. £7.95 on these ones, great for your chainmail, great for maybe steampunk designs if you kind of worked these in with like sort of resin and inlaid these with lots of pieces.
To get the earring kit as well, because that's got some other gunmetal.
You are so not wrong.
Elements in it as well, hasn't it?
This is coming up for you in a short time, ladies and gentlemen, so do stay tuned for this and more. Yeah, works perfectly in colour, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Perfectly. They're coming up for you in a bit. £7.95 everyone, nice work to all of you, really great deal on that. How do you feel about getting a really bright pop? By the way, I've got more jump rings coming up, so do stay tuned. I've got loads more coming up for you. Look at this one. This is an absolute delight of a strand. Sky blue apatite. What do you love about sky blue apatite? Please, Flo Hastings.
I think that it's quite a unique colour by itself. I don't think there's anything that's like, because turquoise is obviously that kind of colour, but it's an opaque gemstone. It's not a clear gem, well, not clear, but you can, what's the word? Clarity.
Yes, yeah.
It's got no clarity to it. So this is, you can get that beautiful pop of colour with the clarity as well. And because they're really delicate and beautiful, they'd work really lovely with things like your aquamarine and your pearls, because they give that nice beachy look.
Beachy look and appeal. I've got a star buy coming up later of your genuine faceted rounds of blue opal. They're coming up for you later. They'd go great with it. The aquamarine we had on earlier, like you say, aquamarine, for a bit more of a gentle look. I'm just thinking because the quality of clarity on each is really, really obvious, really quite abundant. They'd work nicely. We'd had that for you earlier on at a reduced price if you wanted to get your hands on it. Better, well, it was, yeah, just better than half price, wasn't it? This is your sky blue apatite strand, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very ancient gemstone, which has got lots of myths, folklore and tales about it. It is absolutely out of this world in colour. And literally, actually, in certain circumstances, has been found on the moon. You have got 35 carats worth in this strand. There are 4x3 to an 8x4. Let's bring that price in. Should be. We're rolling it down though for all of you. Okay, you ready for this? A really high grade strand here for you. Really great quality. Your price point today, £19.95. It's not a gemstone we get to see that often, and because of that, it's generally quite a high-priced item. If you see, stop texting in. I'm being told, stop texting in. Don't forget, we have picked a winner, so please don't text in anymore for the balloons. We will announce that in a moment or three. It's a great treat for you here. Really unusual. We don't see it often.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen it in a faceted stone for a long time. I've seen chips and nuggets of it, and they didn't have this clarity to them. I've not seen a beautifully faceted strand like that for a long time. And really nice. It'd be nice if there's something different, something blue in your wedding jewellery. You know, because we always think of like your aquamarines and that, but that would be quite nice, like greeny blue.
Yes, you're right.
Bridesmaids and things like that.
Yeah.
But definitely with your pearls, those pearl coins would look beautiful with those.
They're coming up for you really, really shortly, within the next sort of 52.5 minutes within that time. £19.95 for you on that one. Low, low, low price point. Well done, everyone. I've got another set of jump rings now, and these are the larger jump rings in the black. I brought you the black ones silver ones, sorry, they're over here. Sorry. I have got some more black ones coming up for you in a bit though that go great with the other black ones I had. These ones are, I love these as just a midi ring myself. These are your flattened closed jump rings. Flo, what are these ones going to be great for, please?
So again, you can connect your chainmail to them, so you can have them as a feature of your chainmail. You can have them as your polymer clay bezels, your resin bezels. I like them personally as, like I say, the centre, as instead of a pendant, rather than something like a cabochon. you can use these in the centre of a necklace and they give a real focal point. But Laura Bynens used these, not this birthday, obviously last birthday, she used this as a back to a cabochon and then wire wrapped onto it.
Gosh, I
and
remember.
it was like a Viking knit that she did around the cabochon and had that as the back plate to it.
I remember that. And it worked as like a gemstone mattress essentially, didn't it?
Yeah, so it just sat on the top and then she wired it onto it, and then if it turned over it looked really nice because you had a really nice bezel behind it as well.
And makes your life easier as well. Get your hands on these ones whilst you can. 50 pieces, 20ml. Your price point today is just £7.95. This is 50. That is a lot of the jump rings that you're getting. A lot of metal, 55 grams worth of your copper in there. That's a lot of metal you've got at £7.95. Not the type of price point I would usually expect. In particular, as it is something that could give you a big, bold look. I quite like the idea, because they've got the little nooks on them, the little teeth on them, of almost creating dreamcatcher style. If you've got loads of cords, dreamcatcher style with these, reaming your cords around them in kind of a clockwise position. I think that would look really lovely. It's just a pair of earrings. Really simple but beautiful pair of earrings that would be. Well done to all of you, you've got them. We have not limited your purchases on this, which is good because you want to treat yourself to multi-bid. £7.95. Don't forget, price points last until 8 o'clock, and if we do sell out then they're gone. So make sure you're getting them as quick as you can if you do want pieces like this. £7.95 for you today. Nice work to every single one of you. Treat yourself whilst you can. You can open them as well if you wanted to, can't you? Loads of treats, loads of goodies to get in for you today. The oval jump rings coming up for you in minutes as well. I'm bringing to you an opal strand now in a really unique and individual shape. This, oh, it's like honey opal. It really, really is like honey opal. Oh, the colours of the body and this shape. Can you see the opalescence in this? Now, this strand isn't, well, it's giving me an element, but not enough to speak of. It's giving me elements of pinfire. Oh, in this one here, there's loads of pinfire on that one. It's giving me some gemstones, are giving me lots and lots of pinfire, but all the others that aren't are giving me true opal gleam, you know, the opalescence, that beautiful kind of glow that emits from the corners of these. This is a really unique and individual strand that we have for you. What a creative shape this is to work with. It is a graded opal, which don't forget, we have to kind of get the added grade, we have to get the added position on this one. You have got a grade opal for you today, and these are in your cube designs that we have here. A really lovely strand. Did you see the pinks in those ones? And I did too. Get your hands on your A grade, really unique and individual cube shapes of opal. Your price point today, ladies and gents, should be. Now, can I just remind you, this is your Ethiopian opal, it's your jelly opal. The mainstream of this is now closed, it's official. £14.95 for that, even though we know that mainstream is closed. We know that there's a small little element left of it, which people are suggesting might be gone within the next 2 years. So essentially, we have seen a dramatic price hike in Ethiopian opal over the last sort of year or so. So it's a great deal to be able to bring it to you at £14.95. And I'd love to know, because of the unique shape, what you would be doing with these, please, Flo.
I think I'd have to showcase each one into sort of like a rosary style link. So maybe something like what we did on the handle of the handbag, or something like a sweet pea weave in between. So you've got a little element of chainmail, and then each an individual one then would be able to showcase. But because it's got those beautiful flat sides, because that cube shape, it really like glows the colour even more, doesn't it?
You're right.
It's really beautiful. So I'd probably keep it into a bracelet or earring strand, just so that you can move it around, the movement from when you move your hands and obviously your earrings, it will really catch the light.
It'll really catch the light and be able to show off all of those pieces. £14.95 for you on these ones today. Now, I have a star buy coming up for you. So many people are messaging in. We're doing it a couple of minutes early. Jump rings, star buy. I have got for you a collection of your oval jump rings here. Now this is going to be a very special deal, a very special price, and something which doesn't tend to be seen that often by itself. Normally you'd have to buy a kit to get your hands on these. So a really special opportunity. I'm going to forewarn you now to get in on the phone, because your graphics are going to come in any moment now. 0800 644 655, and here are your graphics. Now, oval jump rings. When I think oval jump rings, my mind naturally goes Kumihimo, because we always need your oval shape for the end cap, because otherwise it doesn't sit correctly, it doesn't rest nicely. But there's a lot more to the barrel of these bevies, isn't there?
Yeah.
That's not a saying, is it? That's not a saying.
No, it's not.
No,
it's not. But yeah, there is lots more you can do with them. So you can use them for your traditional chainmail. There's some weaves that they won't work with, but there's lots of weaves that they do. So the barrel weave, which is where you were going, wasn't it, with barrel?
Yes.
You were thinking of barrel
That's
weave.
exactly it. Thank you, Flo. Yes, you're right. That's exactly it.
And your Byzantine, what we've just done, in fact, all 3 weaves that we did on for the first kit, you can do with oval jump rings.
Brilliant.
So you can use those because they're going to elongate it out even more. So I like oval jump rings for clasps personally, because it gives that nice aesthetic look. So you haven't got a large jump ring to attach your clasp to, you've got that longer length. And because they're safer, as in the cut is on the long side, so your beading thread in your clasp will sit on the short side, so the beading thread can no way work its way out through the, if you haven't done the jump ring up as tight as it could go, and left a little gap. If it's on a round jump ring, the round jump ring will spin round, and it could come out of the beading thread could come away. But with the ovals, they're a little bit more safer.
And so, you know, because we were talking about security chainmail earlier, you know you've got a good close, that's a tick for security. And you know, if you can see the drill hole there, it's on the long section, not at the end, which again, as you say, more security. What about the texture on these? What do you find texture, if I pick up a few, gives to your chainmail pieces?
Well, they look like they've been, you know, like diamond dust. They look like that because it's got that beautiful texture on it. It catches the light. They've almost like been dimpled, haven't they, the texture on them?
Right.
So they really catch the light. So you only need a few to give a real pop to your chainmail, and it will make it look like a 3D piece, because chainmail is obviously 3D chains, if you like. So something like the Byzantine is a very 3D look to it. With something like this, even if you just use all silver, it would still look 3D because the elements would stand out a lot more.
Yeah. So it's going to highlight the substantial look, I suppose, in a way.
And it highlights sections of the weave, so you can see the intricacy of each weave because of the different tones and the different light effects that will come off of the chainmail.
Yeah. A really beautiful selection here. So many multi-buyers. It's like multi-buyer day at the inn. Treat yourself to these ones whilst you can. Your price point today for 100. £3.95.
I need these.
You do, don't you?
Yeah. I don't want them. I
need them. Why is it needing?
Because I want to make another chandelier for home, and these would be perfect because like I've used clear quartz and it's faceted and it catches the light. These are going to catch the light in the chainmail.
Oh, that's going to give such a fantastic look.
It'll give it that real high end. So it'll look even more expensive, if you like, because of the texture on these jump rings.
Because of that texture, because of the look. £3.95 for 100 of these. Just to let you know the sizing on them, you're looking at outer diameter of 7 by 5 mil on these ones. So I presume quite a usable size.
Yeah, very usable size. So great for your Byzantine. Absolutely perfect for Byzantine. You can use them for the cross weave as well that we've done on the DVD. You wouldn't be able to use a sweet pea weave, but you could use elements of connecting them to it as well, you know, so they'd be absolutely perfect.
Loads of you treating yourself to these. Hello to Dorset, Surrey, Gloucestershire, Devon, Kent. Hello to Conway. Hi, Hampshire. Lovely to see you. Staffordshire, Oxfordshire's in with us as well. Hello to South Yorkshire and Berkshire, and lovely to see Worcestershire with us too. Inverclyde. Oh, Inverclyde's in with us as well. Hello, Greater Manchester, Somerset, Cheshire. Good on you, Cheshire. Going back to you tonight. I hope it's sunny. Gwent's in with us as well today, and lots of people from all over the world. It is lovely to see all of you today. It truly is. What a great deal on these goodies. And don't forget, I've got so many more treats for you coming up in the show. I have got some more jump rings, but also, the thing I'm really looking forward to is we've got moulding coming up, we've got resin coming up, we've got very beautiful strands coming up, and brand new moulds. Not just for all you resin makers, but for all of those people who love working with your metal clays, and for the people who love working with your polymer clays. I have got new moulds, brand new, and they're a bit extra special because they have drill holes in them. So they mean that your pieces will have drill holes in them. So you know, as a resin worker, sometimes one of the biggest pains of working with certain moulds is you have to then drill your resin, and it's that terrible moment of, oh, is it going to crack, is it not? You're not going to have an issue with these ones at all. So they're coming up for you in a bit. Hey Mandy, she's saying, Fleur, thank you so much. I've just done my first ever bit of chainmail. It was so easy. I've just watched you do the Byzantine and copied it. That's from Mandy in Liverpool.
Brilliant, Mandy, brilliant. And from Byzantine, there's so many more weaves that you can do that are variants of Byzantine. So there's about 30 to 40 Byzantine variants. So by learning that one weave, you've now opened up doors to lots of other. Oh, congratulations, well done.
Congratulations, Mandy, on your first piece. Do you remember making your first piece of chainmail?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
How did you get into it? How did it feel?
It was, I couldn't believe that I could create something that looked so substantial from just some jump rings, because I'd sort of like looked, I used them for connecting earrings and bracelets and necklaces, and only bought them in packs of 10. Didn't really know that you could buy them in large numbers and make your own, and that's how I started. And yeah, my first piece was a piece of box weave, which is the next, it's like a cousin of Byzantine.
I see.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. Do you still have your first piece?
I think I do somewhere. Yeah, but it was in some really dodgy jump rings.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
So
it probably doesn't look like it did when I first made it.
No.
And I bet the jump ring closures were absolutely horrendous.
Possibly. Well done to everyone who's getting these. If you're planning on getting into chainmail, do not forget I brought to you previously the Chainmail Project's brand new DVD, still available for you today, ladies and gentlemen, and loads of projects on there, as you can see. So do feel free to treat yourself to this one whilst you can. Okay, last chance on those jump rings. They are silver plated oval jump rings at just £3.95. Nice work, everyone. Next up, Burmese sapphire. Oh, it'd go great with this. Oh, it'd go great with these. Burmese sapphire. 3 words, Fleur Hastings, go.
Expensive, unique, and rare.
You have not the nail on the head each time with that one. That is absolutely true. Rare is correct. Extremely, extremely rare. You have got a gemstone here, which of course is very highly regarded, very much loved, as it is sapphire. But the Burmese location itself has a very, very big status behind it. What you get with sapphire from Burma is a look and a feel and a mining process that isn't copied, essentially, in any other location within the world. And it gives to you a very substantial, very archetypal looking sapphire. Now, Burmese sapphire, we don't get to see it that often. What do you think people kind of expect when they are getting a Burmese sapphire? Because it is something high-end, it is something, as you say, opulent, you know.
Yeah.
What do you think people expect with it?
Well, first of all, other than Jewellery Maker, I wouldn't expect to ever see it anywhere else apart from in a boutique jewellers, in pieces of jewellery that, you know, you have to ring the doorbell and you can't get in.
Yeah.
And if you have the price, you can't afford it. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think when people get the Burmese sapphire, I think it's for me, it's that really beautiful. If you had to choose the colour of a sapphire that you said, what if you give lots of different blue hues?
Yeah.
The Burmese sapphire would be the one that is like what you think of as a sapphire. That's
That'd be
sapphire
the one,
blue.
wouldn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah. That's
That would
sapphire
be
blue.
the one. Burmese sapphire demands very, very high price points because of the beauty of that colour, because of the beauty of that hue. And what I want to, I think it's important to remember to recall that Burmese sapphire has very, very high-end price points. Just typed in Burmese sapphire, and for individual pieces, first things that's come up, £7,349. Next one that's come up, £16,500. These are just in rings, by the way. Next one that's come up, £1,270. After that, £22,900. The one after that, £48,717. These are the ones that pop up straight away, just in rings. Because those are the prices. I wonder if I just got rid, so remember those prices, I wonder if I just got rid of the Burmese bit and just wrote in sapphire. Hang on, let me get on the shopping bit. Ah, see. What was the lowest price of the one I've just told you then? Was it 2,000 something? The ones that come up here, £448, £450, £225. The one next to that, £300. So big difference. They're just rings again. Big difference in the price points you're expecting purely because of location. I mean, the prices we were looking at then were literally, what, 200, 300 times that price that we were seeing there, a lot of them. This is a very high grade, very high end gemstone. And for what you're getting here for that location, we will be bringing to you a luxury price point. Your price point today. That isn't actually luxury size. Price, sorry. That is not, a £40 mark is not what I would expect for a Burmese sapphire. And we're rolling it down. £24.95 for this absolutely mammoth strand of your Burmese sapphire. Burmese sapphire, absolutely high-end, absolutely high-grade gemstone, absolutely status, absolute kind of pinnacle point of location for many. Burmese sapphire at £24.95. What do you think of that, Scott Stone?
It's
Manager, find him on Facebook.
Where are we?
We're at £24.95.
Incredible for Burmese.
What have you just brought to me, please?
It's a little pre-trade show treat.
Say that again for me.
Pre-trade show treat.
Wowzers, that is a tongue twister. Ooh, brand new. We're bringing this to you today, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks, Scott Stone. We're going to bring this into you in this hour. This is a necklace display, brand spanking new for you, coming up in this hour. That is a great treat coming up for you. Stay tuned for that, ladies and gentlemen. Brand spanking new for you today. I really like that. How nice and delicate that is. What do you think?
Lovely for your pendants.
Oh yeah.
You know, for your sterling silver chains with your little pendants on.
Oh, that's coming up for you in a little bit. £24.95 closing price on this one. Nice work to every single one of you. Check it out whilst you can. I'm bringing some more jump rings to you now, and these ones are really individual because not only are they the black gunmetal type colour that I've been bringing to you sporadically throughout the show today, but it's to do with the shape. Square. Square jump rings, Fleur. Discuss.
The square?
Good. Yeah.
Are they open or are they closed?
Closed jump rings, I think.
So these are great for when it says add in a closed jump ring. So it's some of the, like what we've just, the two of the weaves this afternoon that we've done in the first kit, we added closed jump rings to them. You can use these in those kind of chainmail designs. You can cut them. So if you've got a saw, you know, the saw that we've got, you can pop them onto the saw and then just cut through them to create, or your flush cutters. They make really nice diamond chains. So if you link them with an open jump ring, because they sit point to point,
yes,
they then sit into like that diamond look.
Yeah, oh, I like that idea. It's going to give a really gorgeous, attractive look, isn't it?
I've never seen them in that colour.
No,
never seen them in that colour.
So they're going to go great with these pieces that we brought to you earlier on today. These are your square jump rings. How do you fancy a really great deal, a really wonderful price? Anyone? I'm about to roll it down. Your price point today, it's going lower for you, ladies and gentlemen. Your price point today for 200 is just £9.95. I imagine that's not the type of price point. Well, I know it's not the type of price point we'd normally expect because it has been sold at £15. But I wouldn't imagine to find something that is so unique, so bespoke. I bet they're quite tricky to find anyway. And I wouldn't expect 200 at £9.95. Would I be correct in not expecting that?
I don't think you would find them. I think there's very few producers that would make these. I don't think, because they're really unique, and they must take a lot of making as well, because they've all got to be either soldered or cut out of a sheet like that. So there's a lot of processes for them to go through. So to have them at that price as well, is fantastic, and they're great for your wire work. I've seen some of the wire workers like Claire and Laura, Sammy, that use these in their designs where they've wired them in and created flowers. So Claire's used them to create flowers with as well. So just wired a corner in, and then you've got all the expanse of the square jumping. So really lovely polymer clay, resin, your jewel enamels, all of those kind of mediums you can use with these.
I think that realistically you've hit the nail on the head again. Yeah, super amounts of mediums. In fascinators, I quite like the idea of these.
Yeah, and macrame as well. The goddess style bracelet that Mark's done. I think he's done it on a couple of DVDs. That kind of bracelet, really nice, because he uses jump rings to separate all the gemstones out with the knots, so that'd be perfect.
Loads you could do with these at £9.95. I think just having them kind of stacked up next to each other on a stretchy bracelet.
Yeah, I know somebody that's got a stretchy bracelet, and it takes 200 to create that stretchy famous bracelet.
I know the one you mean.
So
you
could create that with that, and then have some lovely drops with the other gunmetal jump rings if you wanted to add some gemstones to it for charms.
I like that idea a lot. £9.95 for you on this one. Moving on now, because it's our last chance. Moving on, because it's our last chance. Moonstone from a rainbow. No, rainbow moonstone coming for you now, and this is really good quality at first glance. Let me triply check outside of the light. Wow, can you whisper to me the price point, Toby? Really? That is very good. That is very good for the quality of this. Take a look. How clear is that? Don't forget, when we're looking at rainbow moonstone, there are a number of different effects you're looking for. One is, of course, the clarity, which we've absolutely got in abundance here. Another is the amount of shiller. And the shiller that we're referring to is the pieces, the kind of interaction underneath the surface of here. To get that, you have got tiny, 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 tiny microscopic elements of feldspar. These feldspar are so tiny in their size. They're around about 0.5 of a micron. That means they're approximately the same thickness as, or slightly more obviously, but pretty much the same thickness as a beam of light, okay? So that's how fine these are. You've got to imagine all of those fibrous elements kind of meeting together in such a manner, and what happens is, obviously they're microscopic, but what happens is the light enters one of these little gaps and pings along it, a little bit like that. It's like skimming a stone. And because you get that, that's what gives you this shiller. This aurora borealis of light dancing underneath the surface in this frozen fire of the gemstone. It's just an epic look. It really, really is. You've got golds, pinks, one of the rarest colours in rainbow moonstone, and plenty of those mystical blues as well. If you want high quality moonstone, you're in the right place. Your price point today should be, I'm going to roll this down because it's the day after our birthday and we want to give you some final birthday treats. Your price point today is actually £14.95 today for this epic quality. Now, I know that Fleur makes and sells a lot of her jewellery and has done for many years, and I also know that this is generally a big hitter for you, isn't it, Fleur?
It is, and if I was sat at home looking at that strand before the price come in, that would be the strand where I'd have to think, shall I wouldn't just press buy now without seeing the price. I would have thought that would have been about £35–40 because the quality of it. I wouldn't have expected that price.
No.
Because that's a brilliant price for that quality of moonstone, and to have a workable shape.
Definitely.
Because you can just thread that and pop a clasp onto it and you've got a full moonstone bracelet and earrings. So it's a very workable strand as well. It's a brilliant price,
a great
fantastic
deal,
quality.
isn't it?
I'd be getting a couple of those.
Treat yourself whilst you can, because at that price you can get a couple, can't you? $14.95 for very, very high-end quality rainbow moonstone with plenty of clarity, plenty of shiller, and a lot of beautiful workmanship as well. $14.95 is a sensational price. I mean, just to do the likes of a very simple ring using 5 of these, I'd be absolutely captivated. I really, really would. But if I saw that on a stall for £5, I'd be buying it as quick as a dart and saying to the person, a great deal, that's a sensational price, and I could make, well, I wouldn't even like to guess, at least 15 out of this strand. So I know realistically a great price there for that quality. Well done everyone. £14.95. How do you feel getting your hands on getting something which will just shoot across the sky? It's going to be a great deal. Yes, it's start by. Star by. It means I bring you something maybe that's always been popular, maybe something that hasn't been seen in a long time, maybe something that is at a sensational price point. And this Star by ticks off all 3 boxes. I'm going to bring you a very, very special opportunity now to get your hands on our Star by treat. If you haven't purchased a Star by with us before, you know you're going to get a great deal. You know you're going to get something a little bit special, and you know that, don't forget, with your postage and packaging of just $2.95, you're going to get something to add to your order, which is going to put a smile on your face, hopefully. Do not forget from me, if you haven't made an order yet today, all you have to do is ring us 0800 644 655. It's free from your landline and your mobile in the UK. Press option number 1 and you'll get put through to our call centre, and they will be able to help you out with your order. Honestly, it takes minutes to set up an account, and with your first order with us, you only go and get a free booklet and a free DVD. So even if you've never ever made a piece of jewellery, you're going to be able to with pieces like this. All you need to do is treat yourself to your first order, $2.95 from midnight till midnight. It's not per item or anything, and you will be able to get started with your Get Started booklet and with treats like these Star by pearl coins. How pearlescent is this strand? Why is it so pearlescent, do we think? You have got such a massive amount of pearlescence on this for a couple of reasons. Number 1 is due to the shape. You've got a lot of surface area on these. Let me just fill you in on what we talk about with light of gemstones, if I may. So we throw these words around constantly, but it's quite important, I think, now and again to just refresh our memory on what they mean. Light reacts differently with different gems, and there are different types of it. We refer to things as luster a lot, and that's the way in which the light interacts on the surface, so you get a very lustrous spanel, for example. We also talk about brilliance, don't we? Brilliance happens within some gemstones, and it happens from the centre outwards, and it emits this glow. So you get things like that glow on the aquamarine I brought to you earlier. That's brilliance. Another type of light is referred to as dispersion, and that's to do with the way in which a gemstone or an organic will kind of diffract the light to give you a rainbow-like appeal. That's what this is doing. It's the surface of this with those layers of nacre is bringing up this wonderful element of different light over the surface, because essentially it's kind of dispersing the light. It's reacting, you're getting this strange reaction to the light whereby there's all of the elements of the nacre, which of course is what makes up our pearls, and essentially the light hits this and is scattered, which is why you get to see these rainbow colours. Because of that light essentially giving us this iridescence and essentially giving us this dispersion of light. So one of the reasons you've got a lot of it on this is because of that mass amount of surface area. You've got a lot of surface area, so you've got more opportunity to do that. With pearls, if you imagine your round of your pearl, as it's turning, you get the beam where the light's hitting and it's dispersing nicely. So you get that one element that kind of will hit the light. But with these, because there's so much surface area. Unlike with a round where it kind of will follow you and it will just pick up a sheen from it as it moves, you've got big boom pop of your light on the surface there, so it gives you a real nice amount of that pearlescence. And another reason you've got so much pearlescence on this, because it hasn't been bleached. We bleach so many pearls are bleached, and basically it's because when you get them out of the mollusk, they can sometimes look a little bit dirty, if I'm honest, a little bit uneven in tone, a little bit, some can have spots all over them in different browns and blacks, and it doesn't really look that nice. So we dye, we do dye, but we also bleach a lot of pearls out there in the market. I don't just mean us, I mean everybody. Pearls are bleached time and time again. It's one of the most used treatments on a pearl. These have not been bleached, and therefore it hasn't kind of got rid of the essence of the pearls itself, because bleaching will make a difference to the final look of your pieces. Just like if you bleach your teeth, it changes the look. It takes an element away from the look of them. So you have got here a lot of surface area, and that's giving you loads of pearlescence, but also you're getting the natural look of these, not treated, not dyed, not bleached, so you're getting even more of that pearlescence, which just gives colour. If you want one of the most highly pearlescent pearl strands I have ever seen here at Jewellery Maker, look, you can even see the pearlescence from there. Now is your opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. Luxury size 13 by 14, your price point today is just £9.95 on these. We don't get to see coins often at all, but I think they're fantastic. It means you can use them as a focal, it means you can use them as a statement. Look at that myriad of colour, it's like a rainbow just on that stunning surface of this. £9.95 is phenomenal on this strand at a luxury size. Look at them, 13 by 14, that's a big amount of surface area, and it's a big, beautiful, bold look. You can have such a massive amount of that wonderful pinks and golds and greens and blues on the surface of these. Flo, what do you think of this unique high quality strand, please?
That's really lovely, because they're all individual, for me they're individual pendants and rings.
Yeah.
I can imagine, I know Claire had some really beautiful sterling silver wire yesterday in her kit. She had some flat sterling silver wire. Imagine just going around like a bezel to create like a frame for them to sit into, and then wire working or chainmailing away from it. Really lovely. I probably would keep them as individual elements. I probably wouldn't use them all together, although if you did want to pearl knot in between them, it would sit gorgeous. And with something like the Aquamarine or the Apatite to give that pop of colour,
that'd be a lovely idea. It would really be beautiful. £9.95 on that. Nice work to everyone. How do you feel about a double star bag? Because I'm about to bring to you another very special treat. Brand spanking new. Literally has been walked through the door by wonderful manager Scott. Take a little look at this stand. Acrylic stand for lots and lots of different uses. Now this isn't like any of the other stands I personally have seen before. Is it for you, Fleur?
No, I don't think I've seen a white acrylic stand before. No. Not at Jewellery Maker.
Great things about stands. Where do we stand with a stand? Well, it's a great piece of kit for so many reasons. Number one, a lot of you at home will sell your jewellery. A lot of you will do fairs, you will sell them at craft stalls, you will sell them possibly online. These are great for selling your pieces on because they're going to add height to your pieces that you're working with. Let's imagine, if we will, this strand of aquamarine that I brought to you earlier on. Imagine it laying there on the desk. Imagine I'm in a craft fair, in a craft stall, and I'm surrounded by other jewellery makers, I'm surrounded by shoe makers, card makers, cake makers. They're called bakers, aren't they? Bakers. I'm surrounded by all of these. Candlestick makers could be there too, yeah. I'll be surrounded by all these different stalls. This strand doesn't really stand out that much, does it? Especially if there's loads of other stuff around it. However, as soon as I add a little bit of height to this, as soon as I add a little bit of a more focal look to this, it brings your attention more to the element itself, doesn't it? It draws your eye in, and it's something that will make it look very professional as opposed to just a tabletop stall. Another great thing about this is the fact that it is white. That means that for photographic purposes, it's going to give a real nice clean finish and clean kind of look to your pictures. Because don't forget, we do here at Jewellery Maker take a lot of our photographs that go on the website on a white background. Some of them might be a black background depending on the colour, but it will always be kind of either or, won't it? It'll either be black or it'll be a white background. But white is used a lot more often, I would say, because it really does make certain colours just pop. It brings them out to life. That gemstone strand for me looks better on the white than it does on the black, doesn't it? It stands out more from the black to the white. That is a really, really big difference, and it's of course going to look great like that for the Lightspeed photo. That Burmese sapphire is still available if you want it. So you've got that element to this as well. Another great thing for these is if you don't sell your jewellery, if you maybe don't take photos of your jewellery, it's just great to have on your bedside table or your dressing table, wherever you get ready. Because I don't know if you're anything like me, I live out of a suitcase pretty much, because obviously I live in Cheshire, so I'm 125 miles away I live. So when I come down here to work, I just live out of a suitcase. And in that suitcase, I will take lots of beautiful pieces of jewellery for if maybe I'm seeing my friends in the evening, or if I just want to have a little bit of an extra spring to my step. And with necklaces in particular, the amount of times that I will reach into a pocket and pull out this confuddle of necklace that is tangled with another necklace that has then somehow made best friends with a pair of earrings, and I have to sit there and unravel it. It can be a real pain. And it's not just for us who travel, it's also for people who have them in a jewellery box. You know, at the end of your work day, pop off your jewellery, throw it in your jewellery box. It can get tangled really easily. With this, it's there for you to just throw on top of this as you may, and it's unlikely to then get tangled up. Because of the steps on these two, you don't just have to put one necklace on it, do you? You could put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different necklaces on this, couldn't you? Because of the way it guides apart, you're going to get a different sort of loopage to these, aren't you? So you could actually, just for your bedside table, be getting up to 7 necklaces onto this, which would be a fantastic opportunity for you to not use a jewellery box and get it all confuddled. Another great thing about this is it has got a slight slant on it, which means that it's really going to show off those high brilliance gemstones because it's got that slant. If you are selling your jewellery, it gives a really great look. I'm going to bring this to you today. It's a brand spanking new product, ladies and gentlemen. Your price point on your white acrylic necklace display, £3.95. Do you expect that, Fleur?
No, I didn't. I expected about £6-7.
Me too. £3.95 is sensational.
Because you can put a necklace and a bracelet on there as well.
Oh,
or you could. And if you just pop some monofilament around the very top, you could hang your earrings from them as well. So you could have a full set of jewellery onto that, and it doesn't take up a lot of room on your craft stand or on your bedside table. It's just a really nice. It's one of those things that you probably didn't realise you needed it until you got it home, and then you went, yeah, that's why I need lots of these. I would like these because I always wear my jadeite bracelet, as you know. I could have one of these on my next to my sink, you know, in the shower. Put one there, and I could put my necklace and my bracelet on there, so I know that it's safe. I'm not going to lose it, because I lose everything rather than putting it somewhere safe.
Rather than popping it somewhere and thinking,
I am the one that puts lots of silver chains together, and they all get tangled up. So yeah, for me, this would be absolutely brilliant.
This would be the way to do it. And I'm just looking, it's not just for your necklaces. I've got a bracelet and a pair of earrings on here at the moment.
And then you could have, if you had a pendant, a necklace pendant, you know.
Have your pendant on the lower level, and that is how you could sell the set.
Yeah.
Isn't it? So you've got your set, and what about, and I'm just throwing this out there, what about if on your stall you did a very, very high-end collection, like a bracelet, pair of earrings, and then your necklace on there. For a photograph, it's going to be one photo and you're done. And then there could be the opportunity for, if it was a bespoke, quite a high-end piece, say you were doing something like this at £150, you could actually post it and pack it with the stand itself, because it's only cost you £3.95, but it's little elements and little treats like that that would make people come back to you. Because not only did you get them the goodie, the necklaces, the piece itself, but you gave them something to show it on.
Yeah. And that's what, like you say, that's what makes people, that can seal the deal. I
Yeah.
know Mark sometimes says he'll pop a pair of earrings in for free if somebody's umming and ahhing about a necklace.
Yeah.
And that can be the difference. And it makes it, like you say, a more special gift. If someone is paying a higher price for a Tanzanite set of jewellery in sterling silver.
Definitely. And thank you very much to, I think it was Anne, I want to say Anne. No, it was Sue, lovely lady Sue, for creating those pieces for us. Well done, everyone. So many multi-buyers on these, very, very understandably, because when we talk about craft fairs, a lot of people, the likes of the lovely Angela Edwards, will talk about the likes of doing 3 odd numbers looking great on your stand. So well done to everyone who got this. I'm going to announce the winner of the competition after the break. So you better stay tuned, because it might have been you. And don't worry if it wasn't you, I've got another competition launching very, very soon. Meet and Fleur back with creativity, and we're going to get a bit mouldy after the break.
Jewellery Maker, you're 6. Happy birthday. I love you.
Jewellery Maker have an extensive range of DVDs for all abilities. Each of our mediums has an introductory DVD to help you get started. If you're already an experienced jewellery maker, we have a collection of projects and more advanced DVDs to take your designs to the next level. We are always filming new DVDs with our specialist guest designers, so visit our website for more information.
Happy birthday, Jewellery Maker!
You can now book Jewellery Maker workshops online. Just head over to our Jewellery Maker website and click on the workshop link. We have a wide range of workshops from beginner to intermediate, covering a variety of mediums. Once you have found a workshop you'd like to attend, simply click on the Book Now button. Fill in the required fields and then press Continue. This will take you through to the payment page. If you have any questions, you can contact our workshop coordinator Wendy at any time by emailing workshop@jewellerymaker.com. We look forward to seeing you.
All of the gemstones on Jewellery Maker are 100% genuine, giving your jewellery designs the beauty and character that only Mother Nature can provide. Carnelian is a striking member of the Chalcedony family and features warm orange and reddish tones. Treasured throughout history, it's long been used in carvings and cameos. Carnelian is mainly sourced from Japan, Brazil and Uruguay, although the gem has also been discovered in France and even Cornwall in England. Genuine carnelian gemstones from Jewellery Maker.
Get creative with Mark Smith with his Craft Fair DVD. Mark guides you through 6 sections of fascinating techniques that sell the best on his very own successful craft fairs. He concludes this DVD by sharing his own tips and hints that make his own stalls very popular. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Citrine is the yellow to golden variety of quartz in the crystalline structure of quartz. It is a beautiful, very warming colour of gemstone, and again, just with all quartzes, it's perfect for use in jewellery. Citrine, due to its yellow tones, is often referred to as the happiness gemstone, and I think we can see why, given its colour.
Happy birthday, Jewellery Maker!
Ladies and gentlemen, oh, sorry, I didn't realise that that was still in shot. Michael popped a balloon and it had a face on it, and now it looks like the Red Lady off of Game of Thrones, doesn't it? Sorry, I thought that was out of shot. I have got the opportunity here, ladies and gentlemen, for you to, I'll put that right out of shot now, to get your hands on a really special little star by. This is your wonderful coral rounds. Little star by because they're so delicate compared to the coral we normally get, which can be very, very large indeed. These are really nice and delicate, which means you can do really wearable, everyday pieces with the likes of these 3mm rounds. Don't forget, all of our coral is ethically sourced, ladies and gentlemen. What does that mean? Well, it essentially means we don't go into the sea to disturb any marine life or upset any creatures. To get this, we actually get it from, generally, more often than not, these very, very mountainous areas where the coral used to exist and live, but no longer does. I have got for you here your white coral plain rounds, and with coral, you're getting a real nice, sturdy organic. It is an organic, so it doesn't have a carat weight, don't forget. But the lovely thing you get with them is the opportunity for these age lines almost within them, which when you get these home, you'll be able to see it much better. You'll be able to see these age lines, these elements, almost like an age line in a tree. You know, you see the centre of a tree, almost like that. You get that with these on the coral. So it's not just a plain flat white piece. There are little elements of texture almost within the feature itself. Get your hands on your white coral plain rounds whilst you can, because to get them in a 5mm isn't something we see that often, but I think it'd be great for summer months, wouldn't it? You know, you're walking on the beach, you've got your flip-flops on, you have your little anklet on of something like this. It's going to give you a really lovely, delicate look. Your price point today, I saw it roll down to, is £3.95. Do not forget for me. We might have forgotten because we've been doing this old birthday malarkey for the last week or so, haven't we? We may well have forgotten that the rule here at Jewellery Maker, £6.95 is the lowest price point you're allowed to go to on an individual strand usually. You want to see how many emails we get about it if we do drop it lower for any reason. £6.95 on air is the lowest price we're generally allowed to go to. Obviously, it's different in bundles and kits, and that'll work out lower price sometimes. But it's generally the lowest price we're allowed to do on individual strands. But today, because it's the day after our birthday, we're bringing it to you at £3.95. And I know a guest designer who likes working with pieces like this is the guest designer with me today. I'd love to hear what she's going to do with them. It's the lovely Fleur Hastings. All right. What are you going to be doing with these, lovely lady?
I would definitely be encapsulating them into some chainmail, so have them into the middle of the chainmail, like a bead. It's called like a beaded box chain. Yes. Where you actually place one into the middle of your chainmail and then chainmail around it, so you get that beautiful sheen of that shell coming through the chainmail elements.
I love that idea.
But it will also look really lovely within resin. It would look beautiful within resin because it would really magnify the sheen of the pearl of the
really
shell.
Love that idea. I'm just thinking sewing on just something in your kit. Maybe as the centre on the flowers, see the flowers in the middle? You could add something like that onto there, couldn't you? To give a really, well, I know I've said it quite a lot today, but quite a vintage Victoriana look, because the Victorian era, there was a lot of chokers and a lot of lace style pieces, so I think that'd be great together with the purity of colour on these ones here. Get them whilst you can, ladies and gentlemen. Not been seen before, am I right in saying that? Not since December, and it's the lowest ever price point. Not been seen since November, I'm being told, actually. At £3.95, lowest ever price point. They've always been much higher in price than that until today. We've given you an absolutely great deal on those ones, we really have. Lovely for your anklets, like I said, your bracelets, your headline pieces too, would be lovely with this. Now, I promised after the break I would announce the winner of the competition, didn't I? And I'm about to now. Drum roll, please. And the winner is Sam Jones. Yay! Fireworks and things. Yes! We forked out a lot of money on the fireworks. Yeah, well done, Sam Jones, you wonderful, wonderful person. Gets to win that bag. Do you like giving away your pieces? Do you? So well done to you, Sam Jones. And also to let you know that we're going to have another competition now, starting now. This is Do You Want to Win Our Amazing Guest Designers Jewellery today. You have the opportunity with this one to win a bracelet, a bangle, a pair of earrings and a ring today. And they, all you have to do is keep your eyes peeled. Loads and loads of balloons, or maybe just one balloon, will be flying along your screen in the next hour. So you do need to make sure that you are counting them. Once you have, I will tell you to text in, and it's 60777. And then once you see that, once I give you the heads up, you'll have a few minutes to text in, and then we'll pick one of you at random to win. This is an example of what the balloon will look like. Ah, there it is. This is an example of the balloon over here. It might be smaller, it might be larger, it might be moving around, it might not. But this is what it looks like. So do please keep your eyes peeled for that balloon. Bar that one, I'm going to pop it away. Bar that one, then we quite good. Bar that one, we're starting counting now. So start your counting in the next hour. $3.95 for you today. Well done, everyone. Now I've got loads coming up for you in this bit. Loads and loads and loads of treats. This is a big bundle you got given. Does that make it daunting, or does that make it more exciting for you, Fleur?
Makes it exciting because it opens up so many more possibilities.
Yeah. Now I'm going to start off by showing you all of the different textures you've got in here. There are a lot of textures in this, aren't there?
There are. There's lots of, these laces have got some beautiful shapes within them, so whether you want to use them to upcycle your clothing or you want to add them into your jewellery, there's elements of them, and what I've done is I cut little sections out for my pieces, but they'd make beautiful adornments to your clothes as well.
Yeah. I like the idea of adornments, perfect of course for the likes of your upcycling. So we've got loads of different designs here, all in that white colouring, ladies and gentlemen. This one, the first one I showed you was the original one I showed you with those gorgeous coral. You've got a lovely fern-like appeal on these, haven't you? They're a really lovely look. Slightly more delicate in the design of my next one, in the actual sizing of it. I'll just grab that out for you. I'm going to do a switcheroo. With this one, you've got more of a scalloped look with these. A really lovely appeal to them. A real nice, delicate look and texture on these ones. And you've also got the largest piece here, which is a double-sided one. Don't forget, we're not, these ones aren't frayed. These ones aren't kind of, what I'm trying to say is they've got a lovely finish to them, a lovely finish on either side. There you go, really lovely on each side. So do, it'll give you a really nice finish, a really lovely look with these ones, which is a really wonderful kind of appeal, let's say. So those are all of the laces that I have for you in this collection. But I also have the wonderful, very, very soft floral ribbons. How are these lovely floral ribbons to be working with?
They're really lovely to work with, and they're perfect for bangles and bangle making because you can get that beautiful texture all the way through. But they're also really nice as like I say again, cut up into pieces for your jewellery. But I'd like to see that, you know, on the bag that we did earlier, to actually work it into an upcycle of a piece of clothing or item as well. But they, like the darker colours work really nicely in the resin. So the darker the colour with this, it makes that real pop of colour with the bangle because it really, like we said before, magnifies
your pieces that you place within there. I'm also bringing to you in this collection your genuine gemstones, which include the likes of this really strong aquamarine, all natural these ones. Sorry, this gemstone strand. This strand is natural for you. I've also got a natural strand of your white pearls as well. Really delicate little accent pearls here. We stopped doing those ones for absolutely ages because they took so much time, effort, and actually, if I'm honest, money to create, because mollusk and pearl creation wise, you have to obviously use a lot more pearls and get a lot more pearls and drill a lot more pearls and possibly, if needs be, treat more pearls to be able to create a strand like this with the more delicate ones, because we keep the length the same than we do with our average bigger size pearl. So if I show you that, you'll be able to see these strands I've got here are essentially the same size, but obviously used a lot more of the pearls on here. So we did stop doing them for a while because basically it cost a lot of money to make them. We have brought them back now because so many of you messaged in wanting more of these. Gentle, delicate little pearls. They're lovely for seed bead designs as well. And then I've got for you your peacock cultured pearls here, and these are in the rice bead shape. They go really nicely with maybe your feathers that you got this morning, go really nicely with any iridescent gems that you might already have. You have got size wise on those ones, sorry, 7 to 10 mil approximately. And then the big one, the one that we're going to love and adore, your bullion wire. Tell me a little bit about working with this, please, because I know you've worked with it in lots of times before. Tell me about what you love about it.
It was really lovely to work with the resin because it's got a beautiful texture to it, and when it goes into the resin, then you can see all the texture within that, and the light like clings on to all those lovely elements to it. It's really nice as spacers as well, and I've never used it as spacers before, and I've just done it in a really simple necklace, as using little elements of it into a spacer. But for me, it looked brilliant within the resin because it just catches light and it looks like fish scales.
Yes.
In the resin.
Because it really does. I'll show you that piece in a bit. You're going to love it because it does. It's got a nice mystical look, really. Yeah. You're getting not just one of these, by the way. You're getting how many of these are we getting? Loads. 40 grams worth, which it basically equates to this kind of amount that we've got here. So it's a big amount you're getting in there. It really is. So let me recap exactly what we're going to be getting. 4 meters worth of lace, which is absolutely mammoth amount. You're getting a big amount. In fact, there is no way to show this. There's just so much of it. You've got loads of ribbon in there. You've got all of that bullion wire, which, by the way, is in the rose gold colour. And you've got genuine pearls in the peacock, in the delicate pieces, and in that gorgeous strand we also have with the aquamarine. Your price point today should be... Oh, ignore that price. That price is not your price point today. It's rolling down, £24.95. What is your price point on this one today now? Fleur looks shocked by that one, actually.
For the amount of lace, I mean, I've only ever had to buy lace once before for a project that I was doing quite a few years ago, and it cost me a fortune for just a thinner piece of lace. These are really substantial pieces of lace, and the gemstones are amazing. Like you said, those little seed pearls are just beautiful, and they work in resin so gorgeous. The large pearls and the aquamarine, gosh, that's, if you just took the gemstones alone and split that between the 3 gemstones, you pay that for, just for the gemstones, and everything else is for free.
It's really phenomenal, isn't it? I've got 9 components in this I've just worked out as well, which means it's about £2.70-ish. Is that right? £3, I can't think, but it's super, £3-ish per component, which is phenomenal for a meter's worth of lace. And our lace is great quality. It doesn't fray easily, it doesn't pull easily either, even in the more intricate bits. Just to let you know, we've had someone messaging saying, oh, how many balloons were there last time? There was 5, sorry, I should have announced that, 5, and Sam won those pieces. Well done to everyone, £24.95 for you today. A really great deal. I'm going to bring to you now resin, because that's the next piece we need to finish off this lovely selection of designs. And with these ones, we talked quite a lot about resin yesterday, and this is a different type of resin. This is our chem set resin. Thank you. Tell us a little bit about what resin gives to us.
So resin gives you almost like a glass-like finish, but in a plastic resin type of feel, so it's not going to, if you drop it on the floor, it's not going to smash like glass, but it gives you that kind of look of a glass finish. You can do so much with resin. You can leave it clear, as we have done in a few of the pieces. You can colour your resin. You can encapsulate memories into your resin, in your fabrics.
Yeah.
You can use it into moulds, you can use it into bezels. So yesterday we had all the sterling silver bezels. Today we've got some amazing moulds. So it's two different ways of working with it. Lots of people have used resin. It's used in like the building trade, in the car trade. So they use resin in industrial uses as well, but this resin is perfect for your jewellery. Like the ice resin yesterday, this is a doming resin that we've got here today, this one, and it just gives that really nice, beautiful effect of almost like things like just being floating in air, because you can't see through it. The glitters that you can put into your resin really change the look of those resins as well, so you can get a really high sparkle look to it. It's just a great kit.
It really is a lovely look that you get with these, and these are all you need to add to your collection to be able to create all of these pieces. You have got 15 grams in each pot of your glitter, so you've got the gold dust and you've got the gold stars, so 30 grams in total. Your price point today for all of this to get you on your way in resin should be, but we are going to drop this down for you today. How do you feel about taking it under £20? Price point today for all of this is just £14.95. That made Fleur do a double take.
Yeah, definitely. Well, the glitters alone, they're quite expensive. If you went to that well-known crafting shop, or even any little crafting shop, glitters are very, very expensive, especially these high-grade glitter, which are in very, very fine particles. They're not like the glitter that you used when you were a child, which are the larger flakes of glitter. These are very, very fine. That's a great price because the resin goes on and on and on and on.
Yeah.
You can do so. You saw yesterday how little resin we used to create a real big impact look. Exactly the same with this resin. You've got a lot of resin there to go.
You've got loads of resin to play with. So even if you're new, you do get the chance to make some pieces, and plenty of them actually.
Yeah, plenty of them. And with resin, it's a little bit, it's not trial and error, it's playtime, and sometimes things do go wrong. And I've brought a piece along today to show you that it can go wrong sometimes, you know. Yeah. And when you look at the amount that it's cost you to create that piece, in the grand scheme of it, it's not cost a lot of money. You can have a playtime with it.
Fantastic. And we are going to have playtime with Fleur. And I'm going to head on over to you now, lovely lady, because we're going to get crafty. Bring another brew with me. I'll leave me cake. We have made absolutely loads and loads of pieces with this kit, haven't we, Fleur? And it's really interesting. You've done the bangles here, which I just love. And it's really interesting because as soon as I saw them, I popped them on. When B Diddy, hey B Diddy, how are you? B Diddy, floor manager, she was bringing in the jewellery and you popped them on as well straight away. The bangles are just stunning to look at. Tell us a little bit about these beautiful bangles.
I wanted to show that you can have a little small section of material and you can make it into a piece of wearable jewellery.
Yeah.
We were talking before the show, there's lots of places on those auction sites where you can get very high-end segments of remnants of materials. So things like the tweeds and like a designer.
Different high-end designers, yeah.
And you know, you maybe not be able to afford a whole piece to make a garment out of, but you can afford the remnants to put them into your jewellery then and have an original of that designer's fabrics, and then you can put them into the resin. Also as well, if you paint silks and things like that, as long as it's sealed when you've painted it, then you can add that into your resin as well.
Don't forget, in this section, brand new moulds as well, which you'll be able to see have been used in the likes of this lovely ring that you have the chance to win if you're keeping count of all those balloons. Now, you have made absolutely loads and loads already here, and there's lots of techniques to learn, so let's dive on in if we may, Fleur.
So this resin, so I said it was doming resin, it's not. This is the low viscosity resin.
Okay.
So this one is the more liquid one, but the longer you leave it, the more it will become more of a higher viscosity. So if you haven't got any doming resin and you want to put a little dome onto a piece, you can do with this. But this one is perfect for your moulds because it sort of like floods. It's more of a thinner texture.
Okay.
So whereas the doming resin holds together more like honey, this is more of a waterier style. So I've just mixed a little bit up there just so you can see it is a lot more runnier than the one, say, that we had yesterday. So that was a doming resin that we had yesterday. So this one is a lot more watery, if you like, which makes it perfect for the moulds and perfect for the glitters as well, because it doesn't grab onto the glitter as much. The glitter will settle nicer in this kind of resin than it will in a doming resin.
I see. Okay, yeah.
So this resin is different to the resin we had yesterday, as in this one has to be weighed out first. Okay, so you need a set of scales that go to 0.0 of a gram. And the ratio that we need is we need 2 parts of our resin, and the resin is always in the clear plastic bottle, and we need 1 part of our hardener, and the hardener's always in these glass bottles. So you know the difference. It does actually say on the front as well, resin and hardener, so you do know which one is which. So we need a little container to weigh our resin into. Always, sorry if this sounds like it's really simple, but I've made the mistake a few times when I first started doing resin. You have to put the container onto your scales before you turn it on so that it will weigh the container and zero out with the container on there. So you're not weighing resin and container, you're just weighing the resin itself.
Okay, got you.
So I'm now going to weigh out, I'm going to do 3 grams of resin, which means I only need, so that's 3 grams, I need half the amount of my hardener. So I need 1.5 of my hardener, which makes 4.5 grams of resin.
I see.
Of total resin. So I'm just going to pop it. And it comes in these great dripper bottles as well, so you can really make sure you're very accurate. Now you do have to be accurate with this type of resin. 0.1 of a gram will be the difference between it curing and not curing.
Okay.
And what you can do is if you just give your resin, your scales just a little tap. Now this bench is very bouncy, and usually I bring the steel block to put it on because I don't want, just by leaning on it, it can alter the weight. So what I would suggest is do this on a really hard surface, like your kitchen work surface. Protect it first. I always put some cling film or something down, or a plastic bag underneath, just in case you do spill any resin on there.
Okay.
Now, the one thing to keep an eye out with a lot of scales is they are made to time out, just so it saves the battery. What you don't want halfway through is you don't want your scales timing out and not knowing how much resin was in there to start with.
No.
So I need to take this to 4.5. So with the hardener bottle, we've got this great pipette that we can keep going until, and it is, like I say, it's the only bit that you have to really be quite careful with, because what you don't want to do is have lots of fun playing with your resin and then it not curing 24 hours later or 12 hours later. So I've now got my 4.5 grams. I can turn those off and move those out of the way. Now, like the other resin yesterday, if you watched yesterday, you need to stir this to make the chemical reaction start to happen. So both parts, the resin and the hardener, has to react with each other. And what we need to do is keep stirring it about 2 minutes. The slower you stir it, the less air bubbles you will create within that resin. And it's some people will put resin in one pot and hardener in the other pot and then mix them together. I don't tend to do that because I can't guarantee that I can get all the pieces of hardener or all the sections of resin out to connect together. So I do need to make sure that I've got both of them in the same pot and then give it a nice stir. So as you can see now, and as you're stirring it, it shouldn't go milky, it shouldn't go cloudy or anything like that. So resin lasts about 6 months after it's been opened.
Okay.
Keep your resin in a nice dark place, so in a drawer. Would be perfect. I always keep mine in a little plastic box and then pop that in the drawer just in case it did knock over and spill.
Got you.
So always keep it somewhere dark and cool, because you don't want it in the sunlight. It will start to yellow.
Got you.
Okay, so if you keep it on your windowsill, it will start to yellow, and cured resin will start to yellow if it's kept in some direct sunlight as well. So with your resin jewellery, don't keep it out on your windowsill, you know, on your stands. Pop it away, in a box, just for the resin sections.
I have got the opportunity for you to get your hands on a mould right here, right now. And this mould, you've only seen a couple of times before. I've got the brand new ones coming up very, very soon. These moulds are so
sturdy. They really, really, really are. These, you can see how squidged up this is. I've been squidging around with it for ages. Look at how durable that piece is. Not a mark on it at all. A lovely glossy button shape we've got in here. And if you look, with the buttons, you can see the protruding sections, which means you can use them like a button. And Fleur, you've got ones that you've made here. So these are the finished look that you will get. How beautiful is that? And that is with the
colour
black that we had yesterday.
So the colour paste that we had yesterday, but we're going to make one in a second that's got some glitter in it, so we're going to make a glittery button. Just because with the moulds, with the two little areas for the holes for you to be able to add it into your garments, you just need to not fill the mould too much. So we're just going to quickly go through how to fill these kind of moulds.
Fantastic. Get your hands on this whilst you have the opportunity. So sturdy and durable. It's fine. Really easy to clean as well, aren't they?
They are very easy. When you do need to clean your moulds, what I tend to do is use just some soapy water, give it a wipe down, and then let it air dry. So I don't try and dry it, I just let them air dry.
Yeah.
And make sure that your mould is completely dry before you use your resin.
Use it again.
Anything that goes into resin must be completely dry. It can't have any moisture in it at all, or it will start to cloud the resin, and it can affect how it cures as well.
Got ya. Temperature wise, it's really good. You can go up to, on this it says 230 degrees C or minus 60 degrees C. Look, not making it up. Read it there. It's amazing that, isn't it? So I could bake these in an oven so long as it wasn't too high up.
Yeah, so you could put your polymer clay, you can make polymer clay buttons
and bake them in here, so
bake
it doesn't
them in
go
there.
like a
Yeah.
funny.
Yeah, so definitely. Or you
Great
could,
piece of kit.
like you say, washing it. It's don't have to be too precious when you're washing it. You can just put it in your, normal washing up, liquidy type heat soap.
Yeah. Get it whilst you can. Your price point today on these ones is just £7.95. Lowest ever price point. Not been this price before. And we're going to see exactly how to use them with glitters now. Well done, everyone.
So this glitter that we've got in this bundle I think it's my favourite glitter ever because it's blue and gold together. It is the most beautiful glitter, and I've used it in nearly every piece because I just couldn't stop using it. So like we did yesterday, when we want to add glitter into the resin and create a true sparkle resin, if you like, we can pour a little bit of the glitter actually straight into the resin and then use it like that. So what you do have to be careful with resin is that don't have anything else around wet resin that you don't want glitter to go into, because it's that law that says the glitter will go everywhere and it will get into the pieces where you want to stay. Without any glitter, it will decide to jump into those as well.
Get ya.
So I've just added a little bit of glitter into there, and I'm going to give that a stir around so that I start to cover all the glitter with the resin.
Gorgeous.
And now what I've got is I've actually got the same colour as the glitter, but actually now encapsulated in the resin. So we're going to go for a nice big button. Now what I would say with these as well is wherever you're going to cure your resin, try and keep these as close by, because when you pick them up, if you pick them up because the resin's wet, it folds and they spill out a little bit. So what you do need to do is have it very close to where you are going to cure it.
I'm just gonna.
Yeah. Mary Poppins. So I'm going to use this nice big round button here. So this one's got the four. It's this button that we're going to create here. So we've got the four nice drill holes in the middle, and it's great because it saves, like you said before, it saves you drilling resin. And drilling resin is the most nerve-wracking piece of creating resin jewellery for me, and I still hate drilling resin even now, because if the drill slips, it will mark the resin, and once it's been scratched, it's very difficult to get the scratches out.
Okay.
So all I'm doing is I'm filling in around the outside of those drill holes. What I'm going to do is, because this resin will, if you like, flood the mould itself, it will find its way into all those little pieces that it needs to go.
Okay.
So you can use a cocktail stick to introduce it into that little area there. So I'm just going to keep going and it'll just keep flooding round. And what we want to do is pop a little bit in the middle, but because it's this silicone, can you see as I pop the little bit in the middle, it doesn't actually stick to those 4 little prongs, it falls away from it. So I'll just put a little bit more in there, you can see. So we just pop a little dot in. Can you see how it's not actually settling anywhere near those 4 prongs where you're going to sew it onto your button? So that button mould is now completely full. What I would tend to do, like we did with the doming resin yesterday, where we could keep popping a little bit more in and create a dome, with these kind of moulds, keep them nice and flat. So you can see, I could probably get a little tiny bit more in there. So that large button has taken about 3 grams of resin. But in your resin pot, you've got 50 grams. So in effect, because you've got 1.5, you can create, quite a lot of these buttons to adorn your dresses and your coats with. And I'd love that on my winter coat, these sparkly buttons.
And they're unique.
Yeah. And they are really durable as well. They are like plastic buttons when they're finished, so they are brilliant. So what you do with that now is you'd let that settle and then pop that into your, if you've got a propagator or airing cupboard or somewhere that's dust free. If you're going to leave it out on your work surface, just cover it with like a takeaway container, something like that, to stop the dust settling in it, because whatever lands in this, and I have had like feathers and dust and all sorts land in it, whatever's being used, the dog hair and cat hair and all sorts gets settled in there, and it will cure into there, so it's very difficult to obviously get it out once it's set in there. So cover it up and leave it for 12 hours. Now with the moulds, I tend to leave them 12 to 14 hours because there's a thicker depth of resin, and because you've got to pop it out of the mould, what you don't want is it not to be set and to bend the mould. So I've got one here that went slightly wrong. Just to show you, I tried to get this piece out of the mould before it was fully cured. And can you see how it's buckled in the middle?
Slightly, you can.
So it's very slightly buckled there, you can see. And that was because I tried to get that out of the mould before it had finished curing. It was cured, but it just needed a couple of more hours, and it would have been a completely flat star. So just be careful when you getting them out. Leave them at least for 12 to 14 hours if you can. Longer if possible.
Brilliant. I've got the opportunity for you to get your hands on another one of these wonderful moulds. Now this is a very, very special one because it means you can personalise your resin. You know how massive personalisation of gifts is at the moment. I mean, we're talking about, stamping in bracelets on the inside of rings. Key rings, bag charms, all personalised out there on the web at the moment. It's something very, very unique and individual that us jewellery makers can do, isn't it?
Definitely. And I've used this before in the past when I've made resin letters and then put them into a cabochon. So do you know, like Claire will do like an initial, wire write an initial. I've done it with the resin, so I've used a sparkle resin for like an F and then popped that into a cabochon mould and then covered it in resin. So it's resin within resin, but it's like it's more fun, and they're great for key rings. And like you say, because you've got, what's really good about this one is you've got multiple of like the
main ones.
The main letters. So if you are doing a name, you can do a few of them. What I would suggest as well, if you are thinking of learning how to drill resin, if you get something like this and have a go. So if you need 1A, do all 3 of them. Because then if you sort of like slide with the Dremel or your hand drill and it doesn't drill as nicely as you want, or it doesn't turn out as nice, because sometimes an air bubble can appear and spoil the piece, you've got other ones that you've done at the same time and it'll be exactly the same colour if you've used the colours.
So, a great one. And I just thought when you were saying make them all up, I like the idea of on your stall, being able to have a pot and you being able to, what's your initial or whatever, and then having that as a little thing they can buy. Your price point today, ladies and gentlemen, £9.95 for you to do. Today, names the word happy birthday. You've not just got letters in there, you've got hashtag, you've got and, you've got open and close brackets, you've got your ampersand, you've got your at, as in www, oh now it's wrong, isn't it? As in the web. You've got your question mark, your exclamation mark, you've got a $sign, you've got a euro sign, you've got a smiley face, you've got 2 dots, which could be full stop, so you could be colons, you've got a / or a backward slash, depending on which way you put it, you've got a little wiggly one, what's that?
Oh.
Text in. What's
yeah,
this,
what's
please?
That one?
Text him. What's that one there? No, it's not a moustache. You've got a comma, you've got an arrow, and you've got a flower shape there. So, loads for you to be able to work with at $9.95 for you today. A really, really great deal on that mould. And just to let you know, a mammoth, huge size on this. As you can see, you've got 30 by 20 centimetres on the size of it. So do try and get it whilst you have the opportunity to do so, because you don't want to miss out on things like that. And don't forget, I have got the new moulds with the drill holes coming up for you very soon. Okay, Fleur,
I thought of something
with
else
you.
you could use with that as well. If you did the numbers, you could do your prices.
Perfect.
You did loads of 9s and 1s, and you could put your prices in it. It'd be like a real quirky element for your prices.
I like that idea. Great.
Right.
With you.
Shall we?
Yes!
Have a little play.
Silly gum. We are going to have a play with this now. Well done to everyone who got the alphabet. I'm bringing this on. I am so excited to bring this to you. I wrote the price down earlier. Hang on, let me just remind myself. I wrote it down. On a well-known site, £24.95 plus the postage and packaging, which is £3.50, equaled £28.50, ladies and gentlemen. Great price. We're going to beat that £28.50 price point, okay? We're going to beat it today. Not been seen since December. This is the large pack. This is 300 grams, so you can make away. It's a way that you can create your own mould. You can create your own frame. You can use your own pieces, your own elements to create your own shapes. If you've got vintage buttons, if you've got, I'm trying to think now.
Little keepsakes from
Keepsakes,
when you were,
that's the word
I've got
I was looking for
a little China dog that I had from when I was being a little girl, and I've made a mould out of it so I can recreate it in polymer clay or resin or silver clay.
Yeah.
Because you can use these moulding compounds with everything like that.
With everything. So if you make something that you love, you can make a mould of it and then recreate more, which is how a lot of handmade jewellers and crafters, the likes of, well, loads we've seen recently, but can create their own pieces and replicate them time and time again. Your price point today, I told you we'd beat £28.50 and I meant it. Your price point today for all of this is just £21.95 for you today on that collection. And we're going to show you exactly how to use it right here, right now.
If you want to do fingerprint jewellery as well with your silver clay, this is what you need for your fingerprint jewellery. Now this comes in two different parts. So you've got a blue section and a white section, and I believe it's very similar to the stuff that the dentists will use to make moulds of your teeth. It's quite similar to that, but don't put this in your mouth because I don't know if it is exactly the same.
Okay.
But it's the same sort of principle. So it's exactly the same principle as your resin. So you've got two elements that you mix together that then will start to create your finished piece.
Fab.
So what we need to do is keep the lids, even though you've got separate little pull top lids. I always keep them together, and it always has, because what you don't want to do is cross-contaminate these.
You don't want to mix them
at any point, because it'll start to cure itself. So just pop those.
Just to let you know, less than 70 available of this silly gum now. You're going to love it, you really are.
So what we need to do is we need equal parts of the blue and the white, and you need enough to be able to make a deep enough mould that you're going to embed in.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take, and don't forget, whatever you take one, the actual finished mould will be double that size.
Of course,
because you're going to use two sections.
Okay.
And if you get any down your nail, just make sure that comes out as well.
Okay.
If you've got things like little spoons, you know, like the measuring spoons that you get at kitchen shops, things like that, they're brilliant.
Perfect for it.
So what you need is two pieces that are the same size.
Okay.
So what you can do is just roll them in your hand, and it's, you know, you can weigh them if you want to. As long as you don't put them together, you can work with them in this state separately.
Okay.
So they're about the same size. So Becky, do you want to get some as well?
Yes, please.
Becky wants to make a mould as well.
I really do.
So the way that we have to mix this together, we've got quite a short mixing time once this starts to react together.
Okay.
Because this is going to create that harder, like silicon mould, if you like.
Okay.
But it's not silicon. It's silicon based. Probably need a little bit more white.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
What we're going to do is mixing it together. It's a little bit like mixing polymer clay.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to push them together, and what I'm going to do is going to stretch and twist, a stretch and fold, and just keep going and stretching and folding. What we're looking for is all the blue and all the white to mix together with no marbling and no streaking at all. So just keep mixing it. And like I say, you haven't got very long to work with it.
No.
It will start to go off, and just keep mixing.
Can I just do that?
Yeah, you can just keep squidging, but just keep... I always fold it because sometimes if you just keep squidging it, you might get a little hidden bit.
Don't want hidden bits.
No, you don't want a hidden bit. If any of this has got any white streaks or dark blue streaks in it, it won't cure, okay? So I'm just going... Becky's making all sorts with it.
Just going for it. Ooh, 2. Yeah.
So what we need now is... I use these Teflon sheets to create them with because I think these are easier.
Okay,
so what we're going to do now is roll it into a nice section. We're going to squash it down on our mat.
Right.
Now you need to make this as big enough for the actual piece that we're going to make. So I probably haven't got enough to do this one, but we'll have a go in a second.
Is mine?
Else. Just squash it down onto your mat.
Oh, it's got my palm on here.
Yeah, yours will be big enough, just about. So if you just squash it a little bit more.
Yeah, no problems.
So what I'm going to do is make mine a little bit deeper because I'm going to use this beautiful shaped cabochon.
Yeah.
Okay? And all you're going to do is you're going to push it in to the silicone. Now what you need to make sure is that you don't push it all the way through.
Right.
You just need to push it so it's got an indent. Okay? And then you can just squish it either side and just create that mould shape.
Yeah.
That's it.
I've just got to get it around the outside as well, though.
Yeah, make sure, because yours has got numbers on there, so you need to make sure that all those numbers are going to pick up the imprints. That's perfect.
Got ya.
Perfect. Now what you're going to do is you're going to leave these to set, and they only take about 5 minutes to set. So if we put these to one side and then come back to them in a minute, we'll be able to...
Then they should be done.
We'll be able to tell you how you can tell that it's worked okay.
Brilliant.
Yours is going to be really nice.
I think so.
Yeah, what I would do is that little bit that's come through the drill hole in the middle, I'll probably just take that off.
Shall we scrape it off?
Yeah, just so that it, that's better.
Yeah.
Just so when you take the watch part out, that you have, it won't sort of like catch and rip or anything like that.
Got it.
So what you do with those is that's how easy that is. So all you're going to do now is just pop them to one side and set. Now the way that you check that it's curing is if you put your fingernail in it, can you see how I've made a mark there? So as it starts to cure...
Oh, sorry, I've got my head in shot there. Sorry. Sorry.
So the more you... Once it's cured, you won't be able to put your fingerprint into it.
Got ya.
It'll just bounce back. So we're going to pop those to one side.
Brilliant.
And we can...
Sorry, I put mine right in your way, haven't I?
That's all right. So we'll pop those over there. And then can we do some of the moulds?
You know that we can.
Yay, because these moulds are brilliant.
These are the oval one we're going to do first.
Okay.
Oval collection first off. Now these are just fab looking because look, you've got something graduated on here, big bold section one, and then imagine along the side you could do a graduated necklace with these ones really easily. We're going to bring the price in for these, brand spanking new, super durable, as you can see, should be, but it's the day after the birthday show and we're going to do a premiere price offer. Doesn't mean I'm going to be able to do this price point for you ever again, but I can today. £12.95, and don't forget, this is the opportunity to do loads of different ones.
So you could do, like you say, you could do a whole range of cabochons. What we should really say as well is whatever the inside of your mould looks like, it will be the outside of your cabochon. So because these are highly shine inside, when you bring them out,
it gives a high shine finish.
Yeah, so you can.
So that's not polished.
No, that's not polished at all. So when you polish it, and when you polish resin, you just use a clear car polish. When you polish it, you will get an even higher shine onto it. So that's just using one of the little elements from the lace. And then with the, I've just put some black colour paste in the back, but that's just using the gold glitter as well. So with this, it's great. If you've got any of the flat wires, if you want to glue a bail onto your resin cabochons, you need to use the 2-part epoxy glues.
Yeah.
And they're available at sort of like all sort of hardware shops.
All hardware stores. Yeah. I just found out what this is called, the little moustache one.
All right.
Tilde. And it means, apparently, hi Becky, that symbol is called tilde. Tilde. And it's used in IT. Also on the keyboard says Mary and Jerry, thank you. Elizabeth saying it means approximately. I did not know that. Every single day is school day. Thanks for letting us know that. So approximately.
I'm going to use that now. Do you know what it says about your height? I'm going to say approximately 6 foot.
I'm going to say tilde. Tilde 6 foot. Thank you for letting us know that, guys. So this is the one we've used to create this beautiful piece here.
It is. And what I've done as well with this mould, and it's not in my box, it must have fallen out somewhere, is I've used the smaller elements on the top here to create little colours, and then I've used them and put them into the larger cabochon mould to make it look like a spotty type of look. So you can have lots of different elements, and these are great. While you've got your resin, like this little section here, so I've got a little bit of resin left. All it would be so easy just to pop those into there, pop it into your box, and then you never know when you're going to need them, because they could be great earring sizes. You know, glue a post and back onto the side, onto the back of them. Absolutely perfect.
When you're ready, you're ready. I'm bringing to you another set of new ones, and these ones are different because they've got the drill holes in them. We'll get the information up on these. It's a pair and it's faceted. We were talking about how it's a high shine finish in the middle, so that means it's going to look even more faceted. You've got the drill hole elements here. You see the little nodules there? That means you can use these with your as drill holes. We're going to put the info of this up on your screen now, and we will put that price point in for you as well. So Fleur's used this as a creation.
Yeah, so with these molds, I've just poured some coloured resin into them so you can see what they're going to look like. And these are highly faceted, if I can see. They look like gemstones, and they've got the drill holes already in them. Now, if you've got the jump ring bundle from earlier, the 7mm jump rings are perfect for these, and the 6mm, because you've got enough distance between the two there. And when you use these, you use them exactly the same as when we did the buttons. It won't go anywhere near these two sort of like drill holes. So what we'll do is we'll make one. Should we make one with this one?
Brilliant, yeah, let's do it.
So what I'll do is I'll pop this behind it, because onto the white you probably won't see. Can you see it a little bit better?
Yes, that's it.
Perfect. So if I get the clear resin, and if I just add some of the gold to it, because we want nice sparkly, just so we can see where it's going to go. I'll just add a little bit of the gold glitter into that resin, give it a quick stir, and I'll use this one that's closest to me. So as well, you've got pairs with this. So although they're a pear drop shape, you can make a pair of earrings or
You've
connectors.
got a pair of pairs.
Pair of pairs. Let's not go back there from yesterday.
Yeah, probably for the best.
Yeah. So with these drill holes, they're soft drill holes, so they're the little pegs, if you like, in the middle. And I've done the really small ones as well, and the really small ones have just the same drill hole size, so they're brilliant. I've never seen moulds with drill holes in them before. I think they're absolutely fabulous. They do take quite a bit of resin because they're quite deep, but the more deep you get your resin, the more depth you've got to the colour as well. Okay, so I think that, like I say, these are absolutely fabulous. And I didn't realise we were getting them in, and I phoned Pip up and I squealed down the phone really loudly in his ear. When now it's really difficult to see, but if you can see here and here, where I've added it in, can you see the pegs that are just slightly
naturally sticking up? Yeah.
So the resin that won't. When I take that out and it cures in 12 hours time, those drill holes will be exactly the same as these drill holes, and you can see all the way through. Yeah. If you do fill it a little bit too much and you have got a little bit of resin going over the drill hole, what I tend to use, sorry if I just pop that down, is, do you know the tool that comes out of the large toolkit?
Ah, yes,
so if you get one of the, I just take it out, sorry. So in the large toolkit we have these little files, and this one's covered in resin. I do apologise.
It's all right.
It's really mucky.
Much loved.
Very much loved. And what you can do then is just go through, because it's a serrated edge, just go through and almost like you're going to ream the pearl, say, you just use exactly the same as that. So you can make the drill hole slightly bigger with something like this as well.
Got you.
So that's how you fill these resin moulds. Like I say, you can easier if you sort of get down on a level, because you're looking down on it, it's a little bit more difficult.
Got you.
But I absolutely adore this mould. Well, I love them all, yeah.
$12.95 is your price on that mould if you want to get your hands on it. We have also got, you showed us the star earlier on, and the star is from this collection here, isn't it? What did you like about the Hearts and Stars collection you got given?
I think I love the stars because for me, you can create more fun style jewellery. So you can create almost, I don't want to generalise and say teenager jewellery, but do you know what I mean? You can have that younger, but they're great as well for pictures because they're really large.
Yeah, they
so
are.
You could put a photo in there and make it into a keyring. This is a piece that went wrong that I thought I'd bring along just to highlight that it does go wrong sometimes. And what I've done is I've used the seed pearls in it. But what I did is I didn't actually put a window of resin in first. So in a very deep mould like this, can you see just on the large heart here as I move it,
Slightly rippled in the middle.
Yeah, slightly rippled in the middle. That's just where the pearls have come through the resin.
Yeah.
So that would be, with a large mould like this, what you need to do is pop a window of resin in first. Let that cure and then pop your pearls in. So a little bit like what we've done with the bangle.
Bit like this bangle.
So with the bangle, from the side, it just looks like a line of pearls. But when you look at it from the front, you can see all the pearls that are there.
Yeah.
So it's exactly the same principle, and I didn't follow my own little principle. And you can feel the roughness on it there. I could pop a layer of clear resin over the top of that and then sand it all back. That's no problem. But that's what will happen if you do get your small elements, and it only really happens with the really small elements, so like your pearls and things like that. The other thing you've got to look out for when you're adding gemstones or the bullion wire into your pieces is air bubbles.
I love this.
Now this is the piece that also has got a little air bubble into it, and what happens with an air bubble when you pop it into a mould, if it pops through the front, it will make a big hole within that piece of resin, and that's got a little tiny hole on the side. So for me, that would be a piece that I kept for myself. I wouldn't sell it. It's got a tiny tiny hole in it, but you can see how nice that. I think it looks. It's lovely as it is, but it intensifies the colour and it makes it look like fish scales.
Really does. I think it's just
so. That's making a mould of a bangle or an existing bangle mould if you've already got one.
And you can do that with the likes of your moulding, can't you?
Let's just check those.
Almost done. Final moulds coming up for you. Am I right saying these are the final ones? Oh no, they're not. Oh, there's more coming. Sorry, it's the final for this hour, possibly. Another set of your moulds here. If you want to get your hands on another set with the drill holes, you've got the squares here, but the octagon as well in the centre.
And this,
isn't it?
This is the one that I didn't put enough resin in. So if you don't put enough resin in, it creates holes either side. But that's not a problem because with a jump ring, it will still hold. It'll still hold. So just make sure that you fill them enough, but don't overfill. If
Brilliant.
You know what I mean.
This one's coming up on your screen now. It is the rubber mould square 6x6, and it's this one here that we're bringing to you now. This is the square detail with the octagon in the middle. Your price point on it, we're matching it at £12.95. Don't forget it's a launch price offer, so I can't guarantee that again.
You want to do your grand review?
Yes, I do! So this is cured now?
Yeah, so you can see, so as Becky puts her thumbnail into that, you can see it's bouncing back and it's not leaving a mark at all, but you can see the marks that I made earlier to see if it was worked or not.
That's so cool! So I can now use this with polymer clay. I can now use this with by resin, obviously.
Yeah. So
metals.
What I do, because it's what you could do now is take because it's got the numbers on it, I would take an imprint of that. And then use that into it as well, so you get them the right way round.
Oh, I love that.
Because obviously it's mirror image. But you can see how, and that mould will now last and last and last and last. It's not going to go off, it's not going to ruin.
No.
And it's still wobbly, it's still like the same.
So you can pop it out.
Silicone. So I've got my mould of my cabochon. So any of your cabochons that you've got that are slightly, sometimes we get the packs of cabochons. There's one that's slightly a beautiful shape and you don't want to use it because you want to keep it forever. Yeah. You can now keep.
And with pieces like these as well. Yeah. I love that stuff. Get your hands on the silicone whilst you can. And don't forget, last few of those moulds coming up for you in the next hour. Just to let you know, the competition for the balloons has finished now. So text in, you've got the time in the break to text us, and then we'll announce the winner after the break. Thank you so much for all those demos. Okay. Thank you for letting me get involved. You know I love getting involved. We will be back with Fleur a little bit later to see what she's been making with that wonderful pyrite. We will be now heading on over to a break, and after the break we'll announce the winner, and we've got loads more deals, loads more treats and loads more goodies. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Happy birthday, Jewellery Maker!
Happy birthday!
Garnets are found in Sri Lanka and Tanzania. They're typically found as water-worn pebbles from alluvial deposits. As a gemstone, it's ideal for jewellery. It has some beautiful raspberry purples, great clarity, stunning lustre, and it's also a really durable gemstone.
Join guest designer Mark Smith for our introduction to paracord DVD. This DVD will talk you through the various steps on melting and splicing, the paracord jig, back-to-back bracelets, non-clip bracelets and snake knot bracelets. Get the inspiration and help you need to create your very own handmade jewellery. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Morganite was first discovered in California in the early 20th century. News spread quickly and it became of special interest to George Frederick Kunz, a well-known and respected gemologist and gem collector from New York. In 1911, Kunz later discovered the gem in Madagascar and suggested naming this pink variety of beryl Morganite. Along with emerald and aquamarine, Morganite is now one of the most popular gemstones from the colour beryl family.
Happy birthday, Jewellery Maker. Eat lots of cake and enjoy the shows.
Sarah Elvin brings you her DVD, Friendship Bracelets. This fantastic DVD is filled with excellent techniques to create the perfect friendship bracelet. This includes the chevron style bracelet, the knitted style bracelet and the crisscross bracelet. Friendships are forever and so are bracelets. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Happy birthday, Jewellery Maker!
Deal of the day, deal of the day, deal of the day. Deal of the day here for you, ladies and gentlemen, and half of it's rolling away. Why? Because not only do you get loads of your findings, so you might see now and again quite often, like your head pins, you've even got the ones we hardly